Critique of Dialectical Reason, Volume 1 by Jean-Paul Sartre, quotes, Critique of Dialectical Reason, Volume 1 by Jean-Paul Sartre, is an ambitious exploration of the nature of human society and individual freedom, applying the concept of dialectical reasoning to understand the complex dynamics between individual praxis and collective social structures. Sartre extends and challenges the Marxist conception of historical materialism by introducing the idea of practico-inert to highlight how human actions become embedded in material conditions, thereby shaping and being shaped by social forces. This work emphasizes the ongoing struggle between human agency and the external pressures exerted by social and economic structures, aiming to explain how individual and collective actions contribute to historical processes. Sartre's critique of structural determinism and his focus on freedom and praxis make this book a significant philosophical inquiry into the dynamics of human history and agency. Quote 1. It must be proved that a negation of a negation can be an affirmation, that conflicts within a person or a group are the motive force of history, that each moment of a series is comprehensible on the basis of the initial moment, though irreducible to it, that history continually affects totalizations of totalizations. This quote emphasizes the foundational principles of the materialist dialectic, suggesting that historical progression is driven by conflicts and contradictions. The explanation here is that for history to be truly understood, one must accept that every conflict leads to a new synthesis, which cannot simply be reduced to its previous states. History is seen as a continual process of totalizing new formations, making each step an integral part of a larger dialectical progression. Quote 2. It is not a matter even of showing that such syntheses are possible, but of proving that they are necessary, not any particular one, but in general that the scientist must adopt, in every case and at every level, a totalizing attitude towards his subject matter. Sartre argues that dialectical synthesis is not just one approach among many, but an essential method for understanding historical and social processes. He is advocating that scientists and historians should always adopt a holistic, totalizing perspective when examining their subjects, thereby acknowledging the interconnectedness and ongoing evolution of events. Quote 3. Dialectical reason transcends the level of methodology. It states what a sector of the universe, or perhaps the whole universe, is. Here, Sartre stresses that dialectical reason is not merely a scientific method, but a profound truth about the universe itself. The dialectic is both a method for understanding and the actual unfolding of reality. This statement implies that reality inherently possesses a dialectical structure, where change and contradictions are fundamental aspects of existence. Quote 4. The totalizing thought of historical materialism has established everything except its own existence. This quote points out the inherent paradox within historical materialism. It has explained history and reality comprehensively, yet it struggles to justify its own truth. Sartre acknowledges that while historical materialism provides a holistic view of human development, it leaves unanswered the question of how its own principles fit within the history it seeks to explain. Marxism. Quote 5. Originality lies in the fact that, in opposition to Hegel, he demonstrated that history is in development, that being is irreducible to knowledge, and also that he preserved the dialectical movement, both in being and in knowledge. Sartre highlights Marx's unique contribution to philosophy by emphasizing that history is a dynamic, developing process, not a fixed body of knowledge. Unlike Hegel, Marx maintained that the dialectical process operates both in the material world, being, and in our understanding of it, knowledge, showing that reality cannot be fully captured by theoretical knowledge alone. Quote 6. But if thought were no longer the whole, it would see its own development as if it were an empirical succession of moments, and this lived experience, le vécu, would appear as contingency and not as necessity. This quote points to a critical issue in understanding the dialectic. If thought does not grasp itself as part of the totality, it may perceive events merely as a sequence of random occurrences rather than recognizing them as necessary steps in a dialectical process. Sartre warns that without a totalizing perspective, the true nature of historical necessity is obscured. Quote 7. We cannot deny that a critique, in the Kantian sense of the term, of dialectical reason can be made only by dialectical reason itself, and indeed it must be allowed to ground itself and to develop itself as a free critique of itself. Sartre insists that dialectical reason must be self-critical and capable of critiquing its own assumptions. This self-reflective process is essential for dialectical reasoning to evolve and adapt. By grounding itself, dialectical reason gains its strength, suggesting that its validity comes from its ability to encompass and critique both itself and the world. Quote 8. The dialectic of nature is nature without men. There is therefore no more need for certainty, for criteria. Even the attempt to criticize and establish knowledge becomes useless. Here, Sartre challenges the idea of a purely natural dialectic that excludes human activity. He implies that if nature's dialectic is viewed independently of human beings, traditional concepts of knowledge, truth, and critique lose their relevance. Thus, dialectical materialism must include human praxis to retain its meaningfulness. Quote 9. Scientific laws are experimental hypotheses verified by facts, but at present, the absolute principle that nature is dialectical is not open to verification at all. Sartre points out a limitation of dialectical materialism. Unlike scientific laws, which can be experimentally verified, the claim that nature inherently follows a dialectical process cannot be directly tested. This quote underscores the philosophical nature of dialectical materialism, distinguishing it from empirical sciences. Quote 10. We must take up the whole problem once again and explore the limits, the validity, and the extent of dialectical reason. Sartre calls for a thorough re-evaluation of dialectical reasoning. He urges that it should not remain dogmatic, but rather be subjected to a critique that explores its boundaries, how it applies to reality, and the extent of its truth. This indicates that dialectical reason, like any other philosophical method, requires constant reflection and adaptation. Quote 11. The attempt to find the movement of human history within natural history was made only later, out of a wish for unification. Thus, the claim that there is a dialectic of nature refers to the totality of material facts, past, present, future. Or, to put it another way, it involves a totalization of temporality. Sartre argues that efforts to identify a universal dialectic in both human and natural history stem from a desire to unify all material facts. He points out that such a totalizing approach is often driven by the need to connect every aspect of reality within a dialectical framework. However, he implies that the dialectic in human history might be fundamentally distinct from natural processes. Quote 12. If you are hunting for the truth, as a human undertaking of the universe, you will find it in the very words you use as the object of an absolute and constituting consciousness. This quote suggests that the search for truth is inherently a human endeavor, shaped by the language and consciousness of the seeker. Sartre emphasizes that our understanding of the universe is mediated by the words we use, highlighting the idea that truth is not an independent reality, but rather something that emerges through human cognition and discourse. Quote 13. How could empirical man think? Confronted with his own history, he is as uncertain as when he is confronted by nature, for the law does not automatically produce knowledge of itself. Sartre questions how an individual, reliant solely on empirical evidence, can grasp the essence of history or nature. He suggests that knowledge does not arise automatically from mere observation or the existence of natural laws. Instead, deeper understanding requires a dialectical process that goes beyond passive acceptance of facts. Quote 14. Reason is neither a bone nor an accident. In other words, if dialectical reason is to be rationality, it must provide reason with its own reasons. Here, Sartre contends that reason is not a mere byproduct of physical reality or chance occurrences. For dialectical reason to hold true as rationality, it must justify itself through its own processes, establishing a self-grounding logic that aligns with historical and material conditions. Quote 15. It is not the dialectic which forces historical men to live their history in terrible contradictions. It is men, as they are, dominated by scarcity and necessity, and confronting one another in circumstances which history or economics can inventory, but which only dialectical reason can explain. Sartre emphasizes that the dialectic does not impose contradictions on people. Rather, it is the real conditions of human existence, scarcity, necessity, and conflict, that generate these contradictions. The role of dialectical reason is to explain these conditions and how they shape historical development, rather than being an external force that dictates history. Quote 16. In the end, this means that we are confronted once again with the need to establish the dialectic as the universal method and universal law of anthropology. This statement points to the necessity of affirming the dialectic as the overarching principle governing human behavior and history. Sartre implies that understanding human actions and societies requires adopting a dialectical approach that sees conflicts and contradictions as the driving forces behind historical change. Quote 17. Must we then deny the existence of dialectical connections in inanimate nature? By no means. Indeed, in the present state of our knowledge, I do not see that we are in a position to affirm or deny it. Sartre acknowledges the uncertainty surrounding the application of dialectical principles to inanimate nature. He does not reject the idea, but suggests that, with the current state of knowledge, one cannot definitively affirm or deny the existence of a dialectic in the natural world. This statement leaves open the possibility for future discoveries. Quote 18. The dialectic reveals itself only to an observer situated in interiority, that is to say, to an investigator who lives his investigation both as a possible contribution to the ideology of the entire epoch and as the particular praxis of an individual defined by his historical and personal career within the wider history which conditions it. Sartre argues that true understanding of the dialectic comes only to those who are actively involved and engaged in their investigation. An individual must live and experience history personally, recognizing their role within it, in order to grasp the dialectical movement shaping society and ideology. Dialectic quote 19. Reason is a whole and must ground itself by itself, or dialectically. This quote emphasizes that dialectical reason is comprehensive and self-sustaining. It must justify itself through its own internal logic and development, rather than relying on external validation. Sartre suggests that dialectical reason, by its nature, must be understood and affirmed through the dialectical process itself. Dialectic quote 20. Dialectical reason has to be grasped initially through human relations, then its fundamental characteristics imply that it appears as apodictic experience in its very intelligibility. Sartre suggests that dialectical reason must first be understood within the context of human interactions. It emerges as a direct, self-evident experience of its own logical structure, rather than something to be merely asserted. This means that dialectical reason should be perceived as an intrinsic and immediate truth within human social practices, revealing itself through its clarity and interconnectedness. Quote 21. The dialectic is a totalizing activity. Its only laws are the rules produced by the developing totalization, and these are obviously concerned with the relation between unification and the unified. This statement emphasizes that the dialectic is a continuous process of unifying various elements into a cohesive whole. The rules governing this process are not external, but emerge naturally as the totalization progresses. Sartre highlights that these laws deal with how different elements unify, focusing on the intrinsic relationship between the whole and its parts. Quote 22. If indeed anything is to appear as the synthetic unity of the diverse, it must be a developing unification, that is to say, an activity. Sartre argues that for a coherent unity to arise from diverse elements, there must be an ongoing process of synthesis, an active, dynamic unification. He points out that this unity cannot be static. It must continuously evolve through active engagement, reflecting the idea that dialectical processes are rooted in action and change. Quote 23. The totalization differs from the totality in that the latter is totalized while the former totalizes itself. Here, Sartre distinguishes between totality and totalization. Totality is something that has already been unified, while totalization is an ongoing process of unifying and integrating elements. Sartre emphasizes that totalization is self-driven, constantly in motion, whereas totality is a more static outcome. Quote 24. The critical investigation can only be a moment of this process, or in other words, the totalizing process produces itself as the critical investigation of itself at a particular moment of its development. Sartre explains that the process of totalization inherently includes self-reflection. The critical investigation is not an external analysis, but a natural phase within the ongoing dialectical process. As the totalizing activity unfolds, it naturally leads to moments of self-critique, helping to shape and guide its own development. Quote 25. If the totalization is to be revealed as a developing totalization, this means not only that it becomes, and that it will become, but also that it has become. This quote emphasizes that totalization is not just about ongoing change or future outcomes. It also encompasses the past. Sartre suggests that understanding totalization requires acknowledging its temporal dimension, where past events contribute to the present process, shaping its future trajectory. Quote 26. Culture is more than an accumulation of heteroclite knowledge and dates. If a totalization is developing, then what I know exists both within me and outside me as a field of particular tensions. Sartre asserts that culture is not simply a collection of disparate knowledge and facts. If totalization is active, then culture represents a dynamic field of relationships and tensions. These tensions exist both internally, within individuals, and externally, shaping and being shaped by the broader totalizing process. Quote 27. If history is a totalization which temporalizes itself, culture is itself a temporalizing and temporalized totalization. Sartre presents the idea that history and culture are processes of ongoing totalization, where each shapes and is shaped by time. Culture is not a static accumulation of knowledge, but a dynamic force that both forms and is formed by the temporal unfolding of history. This implies that culture is deeply interconnected with human development and evolves with time. Quote 28. My culture cannot be treated as a subjective accumulation of knowledge and methods in my mind. Instead, this culture, which I call mine, must be conceived as a specific participation in interiority in the objective culture. Sartre argues that culture is not a purely personal or subjective collection of knowledge. Rather, it is a shared, collective phenomenon that binds individuals to a broader cultural field. An individual's culture is defined by their active involvement and internal relationship with the objective culture that exists outside of them, emphasizing the interconnectedness of personal and social experience. Quote 29. If there is such a thing as totalization, it would be wrong to suppose that the existence of organizing and creative thought is the unintelligible fact about the human race. Sartre suggests that if totalization truly exists as an active process, then the capacity for creative and organizing thought within humanity is not a mystery or anomaly. Instead, it is a natural and necessary aspect of the totalizing process. Human thought and creativity play a central role in shaping and understanding the world, and these activities are deeply intertwined with the development and realization of totalization. Quote 30. The best example is the clearest provided by culture, regardless of date. We are proposing not the rewriting of human history, but the critical investigation of bonds of interiority. Sartre emphasizes that to understand human social structures and relationships, one must look at cultural examples that provide the clearest insights into human connections. He clarifies that his focus is not to rewrite history, but to explore the internal dialectical bonds that shape human existence, revealing how culture provides a window into these complex relationships. Quote 31. If our critical investigation actually yields positive results, we shall have established a priori the heuristic value of the dialectical method when applied to the human sciences. Sartre proposes that if this investigation is successful, it will demonstrate that the dialectical method is not just a posteriori, based on experience, but can be justified a priori, providing a valuable approach to studying human sciences. This suggests that the dialectical method could be foundational in understanding human history and culture by inserting facts within an ongoing process of totalization. Quote 32. This anti-dialectic, or dialectic of passivity, must reveal series to us as a type of human gathering and alienation, as a mediated relation to the other, and to the objects of labor in the element of seriality, and as a serial mode of coexistence. Sartre introduces the concept of the anti-dialectic, a process that involves passivity and alienation. He suggests that seriality represents a form of human association characterized by disconnected, passive relations between individuals and their labor. This mode of existence emphasizes the mediated, often impersonal, connections among individuals in society. Quote 33. We shall have to turn our attention to the way inertia itself becomes dialectical through having this seal placed upon it. Not insofar as it is pure inertia, but insofar as we must station ourselves at the point of view of inert exteriority in order to discover passivized praxis. Sartre stresses the importance of understanding how inertia, or inactivity, becomes part of the dialectical process. This involves looking at passivity from the standpoint of externality to grasp how inactive states or structures influence human praxis. The concept of passivized praxis is key to examining how passive forces shape active human behavior and societal dynamics. Quote 34. The regressive moment of the investigation is the basis of the intelligibility of sociological knowledge. The progressive moment must be the basis of the intelligibility of historical knowledge. Divides the investigation into regressive and progressive moments. The regressive moment involves examining the underlying structures of social knowledge, while the progressive moment reconstructs historical processes to understand their direction and purpose. Together, these movements reveal the interconnectedness of society's structures and history's unfolding logic. Quote 35. It is initially within itself that free subjectivity discovers its objectivity as the intelligible necessity of being a perspective within totalizations which totalize it. Sartre describes how individual freedom, subjectivity, encounters its own objectivity when it becomes part of a larger totalizing process. This means that the individual realizes their role within the broader dialectical movement, understanding that their subjective freedom is conditioned by the objective structures of society and history. Quote 36. The entire historical dialectic rests on individual praxis, insofar as it is already dialectical, that is to say, to the extent that action is itself the negating transcendence of contradiction, the determination of a present totalization in the name of a future totality, and the real effective working of matter. Sartre suggests that historical dialectics rely on individual actions, which are inherently dialectical because they involve overcoming contradictions and shaping the present in pursuit of a future goal. This process involves individuals interacting with and transforming matter, thus making history an outcome of individual praxis that is directed toward creating a new totality. Quote 37. Need is the first totalizing relation between the material being, man, and the material ensemble of which he is part. Here, presents need as the fundamental connection between humans and the material world. Need drives humans to engage with their environment, leading to the first form of totalization. This relationship is characterized by the pursuit of fulfilling needs, which reveals the interconnectedness between the human organism and its surroundings, ultimately leading to the development of more complex human praxis. Quote 38. The man of need is an organic totality, perpetually making itself into its own tool in the milieu of exteriority. Sartre describes how individuals, driven by their needs, become tools themselves in their interaction with the external world. In the process of satisfying their needs, they act as instruments within the larger context of material reality, illustrating the dynamic relationship between the individual and their environment. This continuous transformation showcases how humans engage with and alter their surroundings in pursuit of self-preservation. Quote 39. Organic functioning, need, and praxis are strictly linked in a dialectical manner. Dialectical time came into being, in fact, with the organism, for the living being can survive only by renewing itself. Sartre emphasizes the interdependence of an organism's functioning, its needs, and its actions. These elements are dialectically connected, forming a cycle where living beings must constantly renew themselves to survive. This ongoing renewal introduces the concept of dialectical time, highlighting the perpetual process of change and adaptation inherent in life. Quote 40. The project, as transcendence, is merely the exteriorization of immanence. Transcendence is already present in the functional fact of nutrition and excretion, since what we find here is a relation of univocal interiority between two states of materiality. Sartre explores how transcendence, or going beyond one's current state, is essentially the external expression of inner functions. Even in basic biological processes like nutrition, there is already an element of transcendence as they involve internal states interacting with the external world. This interaction blurs the line between internal and external, showing that transcendence is rooted in material existence. Quote 41. Need, as a negation of the negation, is the organism itself, living itself in the future, through present disorders, as its own possibility, and consequently as the possibility of its own impossibility. Sartre describes need as a process of self-negation in which an organism projects itself toward the future while grappling with present deficiencies. This process makes the organism's existence both a possibility and a threat to its survival. By framing need in terms of negation, he illustrates how living beings constantly strive to overcome limitations, turning the absence of something into an active force that drives their actions. Quote 42. The dialectic of nature is incapable of providing an answer to two essential questions. Why should there be any such thing as negation, either in the natural world or in human history? And why and in what specific circumstances does the negation of a negation yield to affirmation? Sartre critiques the concept of a natural dialectic, suggesting that it fails to explain why negation exists or why certain negations lead to affirmations. He points out that transformations in nature, while they involve change, do not inherently include concepts of negation or affirmation. These ideas are more relevant to human praxis, where the concept of negation becomes meaningful within the context of totalization and purpose. Quote 43. Determination will be real negation only if it identifies the determined within a totalization or a totality. Sartre emphasizes that negation becomes meaningful only when it exists within a larger, totalizing process. For something to be truly negated, it must be situated within a totality that gives it context and purpose. Thus, negation is not merely an isolated event, but a dynamic relation between parts and the whole, shaped by the ongoing process of totalization. Quote 44. The unity in exteriority of those regions which lie outside the zone of partial integration is transformed into a unity of interiority, that is, into an integrating determination, simply because, within a totality, Even exteriority is expressed by relations of interiority. Sartre describes how elements outside a particular area of focus can still be integrated into the overall totality. The external aspects of the environment are brought into a cohesive unity through their relationship to the totalizing process. This idea underscores that even what lies outside a system contributes to its internal structure and identity, reinforcing the complexity of totalization. Quote 45. Man, who produces his life in the unity of the material field, is led by praxis itself to define zones, systems, and privileged objects within this inert totality. Sartre explains that humans, through their actions, praxis, interact with the material world by organizing it into specific zones and systems. This process involves selecting particular objects or areas within the vast, inert reality to serve their purposes. By doing so, humans create distinctions and oppositions within the natural environment, shaping it according to their needs and desires. Quote 46. Labor of any kind always exists only as a totalization and a transcended contradiction. Sartre views labor as an act of totalization that involves overcoming contradictions. Every labor activity unifies various elements, tools, environment, objectives, into a cohesive process while simultaneously dealing with opposing forces or disruptions. This dual nature of labor is what makes it dialectical, constantly integrating new elements and resolving conflicts as it progresses toward its goals. Quote 47. Human labor, the original praxis by which man produces and reproduces his life, is entirely dialectical. Its possibility and its permanent necessity rest upon the relation of interiority, which unites the organism with the environment, and upon the deep contradiction between the inorganic and organic orders. Sartre emphasizes that human labor is inherently dialectical because it arises from the relationship between the individual and the environment. Labor embodies the tension between the organic, the human body, and the inorganic, the surrounding material world. Through labor, humans seek to bridge this contradiction, using their bodies and tools to manipulate the environment and sustain their existence. Quote 48. The oscillation which opposes the human thing to the thing man will be found at every level of dialectical investigation. Sartre introduces the notion that in every level of dialectical analysis there exists a back-and-forth movement between treating humans as objects, human thing, and seeing objects as an extension of human action, thing man. This oscillation highlights the complexity of how humans and their creations are interrelated, as people both shape their tools and are, in turn, shaped by them. Quote 49. Within a totality, whether completed or developing, each partial totality, as a determination of the whole, contains the whole as its fundamental meaning, and, consequently, also contains the other partial totalities. The secret of each part, therefore, lies in the others. Sartre explains that within a complete or developing totality, each part holds the essence of the entire whole, meaning that individual elements within a system reflect and are interconnected with all other elements. This interconnectedness reveals that understanding any single part requires understanding its relationship to the entire totality, as every element contributes to the collective structure. Quote 50. Immediate experience reveals being at its most concrete, it at its most superficial level, and remains in the realm of abstractions. Sartre points out that direct experience, while seemingly tangible and real, often engages with reality only on a superficial level. This immediate experience does not delve into deeper complexities and nuances, reducing reality to mere abstractions. The quote suggests that true understanding requires moving beyond the surface level to explore the underlying structures of existence. Quote 51. Need is no longer the violent negation which leads to praxis. It has passed into physical generality as an inert, generalized lacuna to which the whole organism tries to adapt by degrading itself, by idling so as to curtail its exigencies. Sartre describes a situation where need, instead of driving action, praxis, becomes an ongoing, internalized lack that leads to self-degradation. When individuals are unable to fulfill their needs, they adapt by reducing their activities and desires, essentially accepting the deficiency as a part of their existence. This reveals a shift from active engagement to passive acceptance, demonstrating how material conditions shape human behavior. Quote 52. Human relations were neither reified nor destroyed. It is obvious, however, that he was not trying to evaluate or compare two systems, both built on exploitation and institutionalized violence. Sartre refers to Marx's idea that, in feudal society, human relations were more personal and not as objectified or alienated as in later capitalist societies. He emphasizes that this observation is not an attempt to praise one system over another, but to highlight how different social structures influence the nature of human relationships. This suggests that historical conditions shape the way people interact and relate to one another. Quote 53. Language might well be studied on the same lines as money, as a circulating, inert materiality which unifies dispersal. Sartre draws an analogy between language and money, describing both as inert mediums that unify dispersed elements. Words and currency circulate within society, creating connections between otherwise separate individuals. This perspective presents language as both a unifying force and a system of externalized relations, impacting how people communicate and understand each other. Quote 54. Isolation is merely a particular aspect of these relations. Sartre argues that isolation should be understood as just one form of human relations rather than its absence. Even when individuals appear completely separate, there still exists an underlying bond shaped by social conditions, institutions, and shared experiences. This perspective challenges the notion of absolute isolation, suggesting that human relations persist in various forms, even in the most solitary contexts. Quote 55. It is necessary to know at the simplest level, the level of duality and trinity, whether the relation between men is unique, and, if so, in what respect it is so. Underscores the importance of examining human relationships at their most basic level. He suggests that understanding whether human relations possess a unique character requires exploring simple interactions, like those between two or three individuals. This focus on basic relations is crucial for revealing how more complex social structures and interactions emerge. Quote 56. From my window, I can see a road mender on the road, and a gardener working in a garden. Between them, there is a wall with bits of broken glass on top, protecting the bourgeois property where the gardener is working. Sartre sets up an image that illustrates the separation and isolation inherent in different social roles and classes. The wall, topped with broken glass, symbolizes the barriers between individuals, highlighting how social conditions often create divisions that keep people from recognizing each other as part of a shared reality. This observation serves as a foundation for exploring how these separations shape human interactions and perceptions. Quote 57. Every negation is a relation of interiority. By this, I mean that the reality of the other affects me in the depths of my being to the extent that it is not my reality. Sartre reveals that every negation or recognition of another person as different inherently involves an internal connection. The existence of others influences an individual's sense of self, because their reality contrasts with one's own. This interplay between self and others emphasizes that even in perceiving someone as separate, there exists a deeper relational bond that shapes one's understanding of existence. Quote 58. It is impossible to exist amongst men without their becoming objects, both for me and for them through me, without my being an object for them, and without my subjectivity getting its objective reality through them as the interiorization of my human objectivity. Sartre argues that human existence is deeply interconnected, as individuals inevitably become objects in each other's perceptions. One's subjective experience gains objective reality through others, as they reflect and define each other's existence. This mutual recognition underscores how human relations are mediated through a continuous exchange, shaping both self-perception and the perception of others. Quote 59. Reciprocity as a relation within the totality can be conceived only from the point of view of totality, that is, by each group insofar as it can claim to be integrated with all the others. Sartre emphasizes that reciprocity, mutual exchange, within human relations can only be fully understood from a holistic perspective. Each group or individual perceives itself as part of a larger whole, and it is within this broader totalizing process that reciprocal relations gain their true meaning. This viewpoint stresses the interconnectedness of individual actions within the broader social context. Quote 60. A binary formation, as the immediate relation of man to man, is the necessary ground of any ternary relation. But conversely, a ternary relation, as the mediation of man amongst men, is the basis on which reciprocity becomes aware of itself as a reciprocal connection. Sartre argues that direct, two-person relationships form the basis for more complex social structures. However, it is through the involvement of a third party that the mutual nature of these relationships becomes fully realized. This ternary mediation makes individuals conscious of their reciprocal connections, indicating that social bonds are not just simple dyadic interactions, but are part of a broader network of interrelations. Quote 61. Reciprocity is always concrete. It cannot be based on a universal abstract bond like Christian charity, nor on an a priori willingness to treat the human person, in myself and in the other, as an absolute end. Sartre stresses that reciprocity between individuals is rooted in specific, tangible conditions rather than abstract ideals. It emerges from the reality of social interactions and individual projects rather than any predefined moral obligation. This view positions reciprocity as a lived, practical experience shaped by material and historical circumstances rather than by universal ethical concepts. Quote 62. The swindle of capitalist exploitation is based on a contract, and though this contract necessarily transforms labor, or praxis, into an inert commodity, it is, formally, a reciprocal relation. Sartre points out the contradiction within capitalist exploitation, which relies on the idea of a formal contract. While the contract turns labor into a mere commodity, it still maintains the appearance of a reciprocal relationship between employer and worker. This reciprocity, however, is deceptive, as it hides the underlying coercion wherein workers, driven by material necessity, are compelled to sell their labor power. Quote 63. Thus, reciprocity, though completely opposed to alienation and reification, does not save men from them. As we shall see later, a dialectical process produces these inhuman relations out of their opposite. Sartre explains that while reciprocity opposes the concepts of alienation and objectification, it does not prevent them from occurring. The dialectical process often leads to the emergence of dehumanizing relations, even when originating from reciprocal interactions. This observation underscores the complex and often contradictory nature of human relations, where positive interactions can give rise to negative outcomes. Quote 64. The origin of struggle always lies, in fact, in some concrete antagonism whose material condition is scarcity, and the real aim is objective conquest or even creation, in relation to which the destruction of the adversary is only the means. Sartre identifies scarcity as the fundamental cause of conflict between individuals. In struggles, the goal is not merely to annihilate the opponent, but to achieve a tangible objective, or create something new. This perspective shifts the focus from interpersonal hostility to the material conditions that drive individuals into conflict, framing struggles as a means to an end rather than an end in itself. Quote 65. Pure, non-human, inorganic matter is governed by laws of exteriority. If it is true that matter affects an initial union between men, this can only be so to the extent that man has already made a practical attempt to unify it, and that it has passively received the seal of that unity. Sartre emphasizes that inorganic matter, by its nature, is defined by external forces rather than intrinsic purpose. It becomes a unifying factor for humans only when they engage with it practically, shaping it to serve their needs. This interaction shows how materiality does not have inherent meaning or unity, but acquires significance through human praxis, reflecting the human endeavor to impose order on the external world. Quote 66. The group, or the nation, is defined by its surplus population. It has to reduce its number in order to survive. Here, Sartre addresses how scarcity influences the composition of societies. The existence of surplus population, as determined by material constraints, forces communities to confront the difficult reality of survival. This reduction can take various forms, from passive neglect to active measures like population control, highlighting how scarcity drives the harsh realities of human existence and societal organization. Quote 67. Man exists for everyone as non-human man, as an alien species. Sartre describes how scarcity creates a situation where individuals perceive others as threats to their own survival. This perception leads to a fundamental alienation in which humans view each other not as fellow beings, but as non-human, as rivals for limited resources. This antagonistic relationship shapes human interactions, reinforcing separation and mutual hostility within the social structure. Quote 68. In pure reciprocity, that which is other than me is also the same. But in reciprocity, as modified by scarcity, the same appears to us as anti-human, insofar as this same man appears as radically other, that is to say, as threatening us with death. Sartre contrasts the ideal of mutual recognition with how scarcity warps this reciprocity. While humans may share similar needs and aims, scarcity introduces a sense of threat, transforming others into rivals. This shift distorts the potential unity of human relations into a struggle for survival, where the other becomes a source of danger rather than an ally. Quote 69. The strength of their aggressiveness and hatred resides in need, and it makes very little difference if this need has just been satisfied. Its constant renewal and everyone's anxiety mean that whenever a tribe appears, its members are constituted as famine being brought to the other group in the form of a human praxis. Sartre explains that human conflict often arises from the persistent renewal of need. Even when immediate needs are met, the ongoing threat of scarcity fosters an atmosphere of anxiety and aggression. When groups encounter each other, they perceive one another as potential sources of deprivation, thereby framing their interactions as struggles for survival. This dynamic illustrates how scarcity influences human behavior and social relations. Quote 70. This moment is located midway between the destruction of positive reciprocities by scarcity and the reappearance, under the sway of scarcity, of negative and antagonistic reciprocities. Sartre identifies a transitional phase in human interactions shaped by scarcity. In this phase, positive, cooperative relationships are eroded, giving way to antagonistic forms of reciprocity. This shift illustrates how scarcity disrupts social bonds, transforming them into conflict-ridden dynamics. It is within this middle ground that the complexity of human relations and social alienation becomes most apparent. Quote 71. Scarcity is a fundamental relation of our history and a contingent determination of our univocal relation to materiality. Sartre posits that scarcity is not just an occasional occurrence, but a fundamental aspect of human history. This scarcity shapes how humans relate to the material world, influencing social structures and interactions. However, it is contingent, meaning it arises under certain conditions rather than being an inherent quality of matter itself. Scarcity affects human behavior, driving conflict and competition in the quest to satisfy needs. Quote 72. Violence always presents itself as counter-violence, that is to say, as a retaliation against the violence of the other. Sartre argues that violence is often framed as a response to perceived aggression or violation by others. This cycle of counter-violence is rooted in the breakdown of reciprocity, where individuals or groups feel justified in retaliating against what they perceive as a threat. The act of counter-violence becomes a means of restoring balance or asserting one's presence, demonstrating how violence is intertwined with the dynamics of human relations under conditions of scarcity. Quote 73. The negative unity of scarcity, which is interiorized in the reification of reciprocity, is re-exteriorized for us all in the unity of the world as the common locus of our antagonisms. Sartre explains that scarcity, when internalized as part of social relations, manifests outwardly as a shared experience of conflict in the world. This common struggle against material limitations unites individuals, though in opposition and tension. It underscores how the external world becomes a battleground for the antagonisms that arise from the internalization of scarcity, reinforcing the interconnected nature of human existence. Quote 74. Scarcity is experienced in practice through Manichaean action, and that the ethical takes the form of the destructive imperative. Evil must be destroyed. Sartre emphasizes that scarcity is not just a theoretical concept, but a lived reality that shapes human actions. When confronted with scarcity, people often view the situation in a binary, Manichaean way, dividing the world into good and evil. This leads to an ethical stance where the destruction of what is perceived as evil becomes necessary. This mindset fuels conflict and violence, demonstrating how scarcity influences human morality and behavior. Quote 75. It sometimes happens that an organized power consciously and deliberately decides to overpower and exploit certain groups for the advantage of others. This is the case, for instance, when one nation conquers another and plunders and enslaves the defeated. Sartre illustrates how exploitation is often a deliberate, organized action where a group or nation uses power to dominate others for its own benefit. This is evident in historical events, such as conquests, where the conqueror subjugates and exploits the conquered, stripping them of resources and autonomy. This process is marked by violence and inequality, revealing how power dynamics shape social and economic structures. Quote 76. Scarcity, as the negation of man in man by matter, is a principle of dialectical intelligibility. Sartre identifies scarcity as a key factor in the dialectical process of history. It is through scarcity that human needs and material limitations become sources of conflict and social development. Scarcity negates human potential by limiting access to resources, creating tension and opposition between individuals and groups. This struggle for survival and resource allocation is central to understanding historical progression. Quote 77. The result is appropriated in violence by the dominant class. It is not foreseen by the individuals who compose it. Sartre describes how the outcomes of social and economic processes are often seized by those in power, despite not being the intended result of individual actions. The ruling class benefits from the collective efforts and resources of society through mechanisms of control and exploitation. This appropriation is marked by violence, indicating that power dynamics shape who ultimately benefits from labor and resources. Quote 78. Matter as the receptacle of passivized practices is indissolubly linked to lived praxis, which simultaneously adapts to material conditions and inert significations, and renews their meaning, reconstituting them by transcending them, if only to transform them. Sartre describes how matter, while seemingly passive, is interconnected with human action, praxis. Humans engage with matter by adapting to its conditions and using it to signify their intentions. Through this engagement, they imbue matter with new meanings, transforming it into something that reflects their purposes. This continuous process of renewal and transcendence shows how human actions shape the material world while being influenced by it. Quote 79. The idea of the thing is in the thing, that is to say, it is the thing itself revealing its reality through the practice which constitutes it, and through the instruments and institutions which define it. Sartre argues that the essence of an object is embedded within the object itself, shaped by the practices and structures that define its use. It is through human engagement with the object, whether through labor, tools, or social systems, that its true nature is revealed. This means that the object's reality is not separate from human activity, but is actively constituted by it. Quote 80. The future comes to man through things insofar as it previously came to things through man. Sartre highlights the cyclical relationship between humans and matter. The future, shaped by human intentions and actions, becomes crystallized in objects, which in turn influence the direction of human endeavors. This reciprocal interaction implies that while humans shape their material environment, that environment also projects forward into human futures, guiding and limiting potential actions. Quote 81. In worked matter, the living is transformed into the mechanical, and the mechanical is raised to a kind of parasitic life. It is our inverted reflection, and in it, to make use of a celebrated phrase of Hegel's, nature appears as the idea in the form of otherness. Sartre describes how human activity infuses matter with lifelike qualities. As humans transform materials through labor, they impart a kind of life to these objects, which then reflect human intentions back in an altered form. This parasitic life of objects represents an inversion, where nature embodies human ideas, appearing as something separate yet inherently linked to human activity. Quote 82. Social facts are things insofar as all things are, directly or indirectly, social facts. Sartre asserts that social phenomena cannot be entirely separated from material reality. Every object and event in the material world carries social significance, as human actions and interactions infuse them with meaning. Therefore, social facts are not merely abstract, but are embedded within the tangible physical world, reflecting the interdependence of human society and material existence. Quote 83. Nature is the monism of materiality. This is the only monism which is realist, and which removes the purely theological temptation to contemplate nature without alien addition. Sartre asserts that nature represents a unified material reality. This perspective rejects the notion of nature as something mystical or separate from human influence, countering the theological idea of nature as a pure, untainted entity. Instead, nature is seen as a material totality that encompasses human praxis, where the natural and the human are inextricably linked through continuous interaction and transformation. Quote 84. Man lives in a universe where the future is a thing, where the idea is an object, and where the violence of matter is the midwife of history. Sartre describes a world in which abstract concepts, such as the future or ideas, become material realities that influence human actions. The phrase violence of matter highlights how the material world, with its constraints and necessities, forces historical changes. This interaction between human agency and material conditions drives historical development, shaping the world in often harsh and violent ways. Quote 85. Every effect of Spanish money was a transformation and reflection of human activity. Wherever we find that an action of gold disrupts human relations without being willed by anyone, we discover an underlying profusion of human undertakings. Sartre explains that economic phenomena, such as the influence of money, are ultimately reflections of collective human activity. Even when these effects appear impersonal or unintended, they stem from the complex network of human practices and intentions. Thus, material objects like money can disrupt social relations, revealing how human actions and creations indirectly shape the structures of society. Quote 86. In the indissoluble couple of matter and human undertakings, each term modifies the other. The passive unity of the object determines material circumstances which the individual or group transcend by their projects. Sartre emphasizes the dynamic relationship between matter and human action. Matter, while seemingly inert, influences human behavior by presenting certain material circumstances. Humans, in turn, transcend these circumstances through their projects, reshaping the material world. This interaction suggests a continuous process of mutual modification, where both human activity and material reality evolve together. Quote 87. The materiality of things or institutions is the radical negation of invention or creation, but this negation comes to being through the project's negation of previous negations. Sartre contends that the existence of material objects or institutions opposes new creation or invention, as they impose limitations. However, new projects arise by negating these established forms, transforming them into something different. This process of negating previous negations illustrates the dialectical movement where each act of creation is born from the constraints of what came before, highlighting the interplay between material conditions and human agency. Quote 88. Air pollution is another consequence of the complex, contemporaneous, with the structuring of the class, but of a different order. Sartre describes air pollution as a byproduct of industrial processes, occurring alongside the formation of class structures, but functioning on a separate level. While industrialization shapes the working and bourgeois classes through economic and social dynamics, pollution represents a material impact that affects all members of society, albeit in different ways. This indicates that industrialization's consequences extend beyond social relations, influencing the environment in ways that further complicate class distinctions. Quote 89. Counterfinality can become an end for certain ensembles. The first steam engines were noisy, and engineers, Watt in particular, tried to reduce the noise. Sartre explains how unintended consequences, counterfinalities, of industrial processes can sometimes be adopted as deliberate goals. Using the example of steam engines, he illustrates how efforts to address issues like noise became an objective for engineers. This highlights the dialectical nature of human practice, where unintended results can evolve into intentional projects, thereby reshaping the trajectory of technological development and its impact on society. Quote 90. The worker who serves the machine has his being in it just as the employer does, and just as the employer reinvests his profits in it. So the worker finds himself objectively forced to devote his wages to the upkeep, at minimum cost, of a servant for the machine who is none other than himself. Sartre emphasizes the deep entanglement between workers and the machinery they operate. Both the employer and worker are bound to the machine, But while the employer reinvests for profit, the worker must use his wages to maintain his role as the machine's operator. This relationship illustrates how industrialization reduces individuals to mere extensions of the machinery, reinforcing the worker's subordination to the system of production. Quote 91. His ideological interest consists in the fact that he has his being outside himself in material meanings. Here, Sartre describes the predicament of creators, such as writers, who invest their identity in their work. Their being outside themselves exists in the form of the material manifestations of their creations. This externalization makes them vulnerable to changes in society and historical context, forcing them to defend their previous works and remain relevant in the shifting landscape of ideas and meanings. Quote 92. Now, the individual thus signified by material practice is, in a different sense, reduced to a non-entity. He need only satisfy a few universal conditions, being an expropriated peasant, or a peasant in danger of being expropriated, or the son of a large penurious peasant family, etc. Sartre conveys how individuals, especially those subject to exploitation, are reduced to abstract entities within the capitalist system. Their identity is simplified to just a set of conditions, such as being an expropriated peasant or a worker with minimal significance beyond their labor power. This reduction dehumanizes the individual, highlighting how material practices transform people into mere instruments within a broader economic framework. Quote 93. The machine does this not only through the counterfinalities which we have described, air pollution, destruction of the environment, occupational diseases, etc., but also through representing, for him, insofar as it develops his being in the practical field of industrialization, a permanent threat of reduced wages, of technological unemployment, and of becoming disqualified. Sartre illustrates how machines not only impose physical consequences, like pollution and health hazards, create ongoing economic insecurities for workers. The presence of machinery in industrial production continuously threatens workers with reduced wages, potential job loss due to automation, and the risk of becoming obsolete. This underscores how technological advancements within capitalist structures often deepen the precarity of the working class. Quote 94. Interest is the negative life of the human thing in the world of things, insofar as man reifies himself in order to serve it. Sartre emphasizes that human interests, particularly in a capitalist system, lead individuals to objectify themselves to achieve their goals. In this process, humans become mere things among other material objects, prioritizing their interests over their intrinsic human qualities. This self-objectification reduces human life to the pursuit of external ends, reinforcing the dehumanizing aspects of material existence. Quote 95. The contradiction of the machine in the capitalist period is that it both creates and negates the worker. This contradiction is materialized into a general destiny and becomes a fundamental condition of the assumption of consciousness, that is to say, of the negation of the negation. Sartre highlights a fundamental contradiction within capitalist production. Machines create workers by providing employment, but simultaneously negate them by threatening their livelihoods through automation. This tension shapes the worker's consciousness, leading to an awareness of their precarious condition. It sets the stage for the possibility of negating this negative situation, thus pointing toward potential collective action and the pursuit of a new reality. Quote 96. The certainty of this primary experience, in which doing grounded its consciousness of itself, provides us with one certainty. It is reality itself which is revealed as presence to itself. Sartre explains that through praxis or action, individuals come to understand reality. This direct engagement with the world provides an undeniable sense of reality, as it reveals itself through the act of doing. In this way, reality is not a distant or abstract concept. It is something experienced and shaped by human action, grounding consciousness in the material world. Quote 97. The plurality of human actions is still a negation of the dialectical unity of each praxis. Here, Sartre suggests that individual human actions, while varied and numerous, inherently negate the possibility of a unified, singular dialectical process. Each person's praxis stands as a unique dialectical unity in itself, but the multiplicity of these actions creates dispersion and opposition, disrupting any attempt at forming a seamless, collective unity. This idea underlines the tension between individual agency and societal totalization. Quote 98. People are separated by alterity, by antagonisms, by their place in the system, but these separations, such as hatred, flight, etc., are also modes of connection. Sartre points out that human separations, whether based on differences, conflicts, or positions within a social structure, are paradoxically also forms of connection. Even hostility and avoidance create relational bonds because they define how individuals interact within the broader social context. This view presents human relations as inherently complex, where separation and connection are intertwined. Quote 99. Necessity appears in experience when we are robbed of our action by worked matter, not insofar as it is pure materiality, but insofar as it is materialized praxis. Sartre describes how necessity arises when material conditions, shaped by previous human actions, materialized praxis, limit or alter present action. It is not the raw, unshaped matter itself that imposes constraints, but rather the way human labor and interactions have transformed it. This realization highlights how past human activities shape current experiences, imposing a kind of inevitability on present praxis. Quote 100. The man who can say both, "This is not what I wanted," and "I understand that this is what I have done, and that I could not do anything else," grasps, in an immediate dialectical movement, necessity as the destiny in exteriority of freedom. Sartre captures the moment when an individual recognizes both their freedom and its limits. They acknowledge that their actions have led to an outcome different from what they intended, yet they also see that this outcome was unavoidable. This recognition embodies the dialectical tension between freedom and necessity, where one's agency is confronted by the material conditions that shape its expression. Quote 101. In the moment where we reach the apodictic structure of dialectical experience, still in its most abstract form, the discovery by the agent of the alienation of his praxis is accompanied by the discovery of his objectification as alienated. Sartre suggests that when individuals engage in dialectical experience, they realize that their actions, praxis, have become alienated. This realization comes with the understanding that they have been objectified within the structures they have contributed to. Essentially, people find that they exist outside themselves as a part of an inert system that they must now navigate, revealing the tension between their internal aims and the external demands imposed upon them. Quote 102. Human praxis is subordinated to the direct and lifeless exigency of a material ensemble, and is the means of fulfilling this exigency. Sartre emphasizes that human action is often dictated by the demands of the material world. In capitalist systems, for example, workers' actions become a means to fulfill the needs of production rather than serving their own goals or desires. This subordination indicates how human agency is reduced to a function within a larger, impersonal economic structure, where the worker's own objectives are secondary to those of the system. Quote 103. Strikes, conceived as a means of determining employers to break out of absolute inertia, are characterized by two things. They lose their quality of collective praxis and become a universal excess. Sartre points out that strikes, initially a form of collective action, often become generalized and lose their original purpose. Instead of representing a particular human endeavor within the course of history, they turn into examples of a broader concept. This shift reflects how individual acts of resistance can be absorbed into the system, transforming into mere events that employers calculate and anticipate in their production forecasts. Quote 104. The contradiction between being and doing does not exist in the individual considered in isolation, apart from his social relations, but on the contrary, it breaks out in the region of the practico-inert. Sartre explains that the conflict between what individuals are, being, and what they do, praxis, becomes evident only within the social context of the practico-inert, the realm of material objects and systems shaped by human activity. It is within this structured social environment that individuals face contradictions, as their actions are influenced and constrained by the material conditions and relations around them. Quote 105. Oppression does not reach the oppressed in a particular sector of their life. It constitutes this life in its totality. Sartre underscores that oppression is not limited to a specific aspect of an individual's existence, but rather permeates every part of their life. For the oppressed, their material conditions, social status, and daily experiences are entirely shaped by the forces that subjugate them, leaving no distance between their identity and their oppressive reality. This totality of oppression reveals the extent to which external circumstances define one's being. Quote 106. The machine defines and produces the reality of its servant. That is to say, it makes of him a practico-inert being who will be a machine insofar as the machine is human, and a man insofar as it remains, in spite of everything, a tool to be used. Sartre explains how the machine not only shapes the role of the worker, but also transforms the worker into a practico-inert being. In this relationship, the worker becomes an extension of the machine, embodying its requirements and demands. However, as long as the worker retains agency in operating the machine, they maintain a semblance of humanity. This duality highlights the conflict between human agency and the mechanization of labor in the industrial setting. Quote 107. The humanism of labor is, in fact, the material being of the skilled worker. He realizes it in his work, in his hands and his eyes. He receives it in his wages, which express both exploitation and the hierarchy of the exploited. Sartre argues that the humanism found in labor is rooted in the worker's physical and material existence. The skilled worker experiences this through their craftsmanship, effort, and the wages they earn. However, this materiality also embodies exploitation and social hierarchy, as wages reflect the unequal status within the labor structure. Thus, the workers' pride in their craft coexists with the reality of their subordination within the capitalist system. Quote 108. The machine imposes differentiation on workers as a law of things, but at the same time, by the process described above in connection with Spanish gold, it becomes its own idea. Sartre suggests that machines create divisions among workers, establishing hierarchies as if these were natural laws. However, this differentiation also leads to the formation of a new concept. The machine embodies an idea that shapes human labor and relations. In this sense, machines not only enforce inequality, but also perpetuate a mindset that prioritizes efficiency and production over human unity and equality. Quote 109. The skilled worker, acquiring political and sometimes scientific knowledge, and regarding himself as the active wing of the proletariat, merely develops the machine's own idea of itself and of its servant. Sartre describes how skilled workers often see themselves as the leaders of the labor movement, using their knowledge and experience to shape political action. However, in doing so, they inadvertently further the machine's influence, as their sense of identity and power is derived from their role within the mechanical system. This reveals the deep entanglement between the worker's consciousness and the material reality of industrial labor. Quote 110. The equality of workers has come both from changes in the means of production and from the practical tasks which these changes impose. Hence it is real, that is to say, it is constantly being proved by its efficacy. Sartre acknowledges that worker equality arises from the transformation in production methods and the collective challenges these changes introduce. This equality is not an abstract ideal, but a practical reality, continuously demonstrated through the effective collaboration of workers. It points to the evolving nature of labor, where technological shifts necessitate new forms of solidarity and cooperation among workers. Quote 111. These people, who may differ greatly in age, sex, class, and social milieu, realize within the ordinariness of everyday life the relation of isolation, of reciprocity, and of unification and massification from outside. Sartre illustrates how even in an ordinary situation, such as people waiting for a bus, individuals experience a complex mixture of isolation, reciprocity, and a sense of unity imposed from the outside. Despite their diverse backgrounds, they are bound together by their shared purpose, yet remain isolated in their individual experiences. This moment captures the tension between being part of a collective while maintaining a distinct sense of self, reflecting the intricate dynamics of human social interactions. Quote 112. At this level, reciprocal isolations, as the negation of reciprocity, signify the integration of individuals into one society and, in this sense, can be defined as a particular way of living. Sartre describes how isolation among individuals paradoxically becomes a form of integration into society. By maintaining a distance from others, individuals embody the societal norms of independence and separation. This isolation is not merely a lack of connection, but a mode of existence that defines how people relate to one another within the larger social context. Quote 113. Everyone is identical with the other, insofar as he is other than himself. Sartre expresses the idea that individuals are bound together through their differences. Each person is unique, yet their identity is shaped by their distinction from others. This interdependence of identity and otherness points to a deeper unity within the diversity of social interactions, where being other becomes a universal condition. Quote 114. Isolation as a mode of behavior, isolation as a social statute of the individual, isolation as the exteriority of groups, conditioning the exteriority of individuals, isolation as the reciprocity of isolations in a society which creates masses. Sartre outlines the multiple forms of isolation present in society, showing how it functions as both a behavior and a social condition. This isolation is not only individual but also structural, as it shapes and is shaped by group dynamics. The reciprocity of isolations highlights how social massification results from these interconnected forms of isolation, reinforcing the separations between people while simultaneously uniting them in their shared condition. Quote 115. There can be no concept of a series, for every member is serial by virtue of his place in the order, and therefore by virtue of his alterity, insofar as it is posited as irreducible. Sartre asserts that a series cannot be fully conceptualized because each member is defined by their unique position within the order. This uniqueness, or alterity, is what constitutes the series, making each individual's role both distinct and integral to the whole. The idea of a series, therefore, is built on the notion that each participant's otherness is fundamental and cannot be reduced to a simple generality. Quote 116. The relation based on presence will be referred to as direct, and presence will be defined as the maximum distance permitting the immediate establishment of relations of reciprocity between two individuals, given the society's techniques and tools. Sartre defines presence in the context of direct interactions as the maximum distance at which individuals can immediately reciprocate with one another. This presence is not merely physical, but is shaped by society's available techniques and tools, such as the use of telephones or other communication methods. The concept implies that presence is a variable influenced by social and technological factors, allowing reciprocity to occur even at a distance. Quote 117. I define such gatherings by absence, by which I mean not so much absolute distance, as the impossibility of individuals establishing relations of reciprocity between themselves or a common praxis, insofar as they are defined by this object as members of the gathering. Sartre explains that indirect gatherings, like those formed by radio listeners, are characterized by absence. This absence is not about physical separation alone, but refers to the lack of direct reciprocity or shared praxis among the participants. The individuals in such gatherings remain connected through the object, e.g., the radio, that defines them as part of the collective, yet they are unable to interact or form a unified purpose. Quote 118. The broadcaster's voice, in contrast, in its reality as a human voice, is, in principle, mystifying. It is based on the reciprocity of discourse and therefore on a human relation, but it is really a reifying relation in which the voice is given as praxis and constitutes the listener as the object of praxis. Sartre describes the broadcast voice as inherently mystifying because it creates an illusion of direct human communication while actually objectifying the listener. The listener is placed in a passive role, where the voice establishes itself as an active praxis. Although it seems to establish a human connection, this interaction is one-sided and reifying, turning the listener into an object influenced by the broadcaster's discourse. Quote 119. The voice becomes vertiginous for everyone. It is no longer anyone's voice, even if the broadcaster is named, since reciprocity has been destroyed. Sartre suggests that the broadcast voice, detached from genuine reciprocal interaction, becomes disorienting for listeners. Despite knowing the broadcaster's identity, the listener experiences the voice as anonymous and imposing because the possibility of direct response or engagement has been eliminated. This absence of reciprocity leads to a sense of alienation, where the voice feels omnipresent yet inaccessible. Quote 120. The individual, as a member of a series, exhibits behavior which is altered, altides, and every part of which is the action of the other in him, which means that of itself it is recurrence taken to its limit. That is to say, to infinity. Sartre explains that individuals in a serial structure, such as radio listeners, exhibit behaviors influenced by the collective's dynamics. These behaviors are altered by the presence of others, who affect the individual's responses and actions. This serial influence perpetuates itself infinitely as each member acts in relation to the others, highlighting the pervasive power of collective conditioning on personal conduct. Quote 121. A series reveals itself to everyone when they perceive in themselves and others their common inability to eliminate their material differences. Sartre suggests that a series, as a collective entity, becomes apparent when individuals recognize a shared impotence in overcoming material disparities. This realization of mutual limitations highlights how people are linked by their common constraints, forming a bond through the very separations they experience. The series thus emerges as a collective defined by the inability of its members to change their circumstances independently. Quote 122. Impotence, as a constituent presence in everyone in the series, does not necessarily correspond to the pure, passive immobility of the ensemble. On the contrary, it may become unorganized violence. Sartre argues that the sense of powerlessness felt by individuals in a series does not always result in passivity. Instead, this impotence can transform into spontaneous, uncoordinated acts of violence, driven by frustration and anger. This indicates that the collective experience of impotence can lead to unpredictable and chaotic reactions rather than mere inactivity. Quote 123. The link is serial, as the determination of a more or less definite milieu, which is characterized by a real cohesion, a compact solidity, and which as a whole exerts a force of inertia and exhibits the synthetic structure of the relation. Sartre describes the nature of serial collectives as being held together by a certain cohesion and solidity, forming a milieu or environment. This milieu is not unified by direct, active relations between individuals, but rather by the passive force of inertia that emerges from the sum of their relations. In this context, serial unity is a structure that arises from the exterior, shaping individuals' behavior and interactions. Quote 124. The milieu appears immediately to its members as a homogeneous container and as a permanent, practico-inert, linking force, which unites everyone to everyone without distance. Sartre explains how members of a collective perceive their environment, milieu, as a seamless, unifying force. This milieu seems to connect all individuals within it, despite the absence of direct, active relationships among them. It functions as a practico-inert force, implying that while it unites people, it does so in a way that maintains their separation and passivity, creating a bond that is more abstract than concrete. Quote 125. The unity of the milieu exists precisely insofar as it does not reside in its terms as the whole in the part, insofar as it realizes itself for each relation as those relations which elsewhere condition its concrete existence and its content. Sartre emphasizes that the unity of a milieu, the collective environment, is not found in its individual parts, but rather in the way each part is defined by its relationship to the others. This unity is not an inherent feature of any single component. Instead, it emerges from the web of relations that condition the existence and significance of each element within the larger structure. Quote 126. The market exists through him as an object of expectation and as the fleeting determination of his action. But he himself sees it as an ensemble of juxtaposed persons. The totality of the market is thus detotalized. Sartre describes the market as something that each individual contributes to and is influenced by, yet perceives it merely as a collection of isolated participants. While the market is a collective reality shaped by everyone's actions, it remains fragmented in their perception. This leads to a paradox where the market, though a unified force, is experienced as a series of disconnected parts, thus losing its totalizing essence. Quote 127. Everyone's expectations, in a market that is supposed to be competitive, depend on the hypothesis that atomization will remain the typical social link at least for the duration of the exchange. Sartre explains how market participants operate under the assumption that social isolation will persist, meaning each individual acts independently without forming direct bonds with others. This belief in continual separation is what upholds the competitive nature of the market, reinforcing the idea that the market structure relies on individuals maintaining their isolated roles during economic exchanges. Quote 128. Price derives its objective and practical reality from the physical and mental separation of the agents. It is real because it gathers within it all the real factors of separation. Sartre suggests that prices in the market gain their reality through the separation of individuals, both in physical terms and in their mental states. The price represents the sum of these isolations, acting as a tangible reflection of the fragmented interactions that define economic exchanges. Thus, the reality of price stems from its ability to encompass and signify the widespread separation inherent in the market. Quote 129. The collective object is an index of separation. It is realized separation. Sartre emphasizes that collective objects, such as markets or money, symbolize the separation of individuals in society. These objects do not create connections. Instead, they embody the division and fragmentation of human relations. The market, therefore, is a manifestation of alienation, a materialization of how people are isolated from one another while still being part of a broader system. Quote 130. The collective is not simply the form of being of certain social realities, but that it is also the being of sociality itself, at the level of the practico-inert field. Sartre emphasizes that collectives go beyond being mere representations of social structures. They embody the essence of social existence within the material conditions of society. The practico-inert field, shaped by human activities and material forces, gives rise to these collectives, which in turn condition human relations. This relationship illustrates how sociality emerges through a complex interplay between human praxis and the material environment. Quote 131. Serial being, as a practico-inert reality, can be defined as a process, that is to say, as a development which, though orientated, is caused by a force of exteriority which has the result of actualizing the series as the temporalization of a multiplicity in the fleeting unity of a violence of impotence. Sartre describes serial being as a process driven by external forces that shape and define the collective experience. This process organizes the multiplicity of individuals into a unified whole through shared experiences of powerlessness. The unity formed is not one of cohesion or strength, but rather a reflection of collective impotence, manifesting as a temporary and often violent reaction to exterior pressures. Quote 132. The celebrated inexorable laws of bourgeois economics in the 19th century have never been anything but the effect of scarcity appearing in a practico-inert field of serial impotence. Sartre argues that the so-called unchanging laws of bourgeois economics are, in reality, manifestations of scarcity within a structured field of human limitations. This scarcity creates conditions where individuals feel powerless to alter their economic circumstances, reinforcing the perception of these economic laws as fixed and unchallengeable. Thus, these laws are less about natural economic order and more about the material effects of societal constraints. 3. In this way, serial being, as a practico-inert reality, can be defined as a process, that is to say, as a development which, though orientated, is caused by a force of exteriority, which has the result of actualizing the series as the temporalization of a multiplicity in the fleeting unity of a violence of impotence. Sartre explains that serial being emerges from the influence of external forces, creating a development marked by powerlessness. This process temporarily unifies individuals into a collective not through their agency, but through shared experiences of constraint. The fleeting unity formed is marked by violence and struggle, illustrating how seriality is shaped by conditions beyond individual control. Quote 134. The opinions of public opinion arise like the Great Fear, in that everyone makes himself other by his opinion, that is to say, by taking it from the other because the other believes it as other, and makes himself the informer of the others. Sartre highlights how public opinion is formed not through direct individual reflection, but through the adoption of beliefs from others. In this process, people become others to themselves, propagating views they have absorbed from the collective. This cyclical formation of opinion illustrates the alienating nature of mass belief, where individual thought is submerged into the serial dissemination of ideas. Quote 135. As collectives are both a result of particular undertakings and a radical inversion of finality, they have peculiar powers which may have made it possible to believe in their subjective existence, but which need to be studied in objectivity. Sartre emphasizes that collectives emerge from specific actions and represent a fundamental change in purpose. While they can give the impression of possessing an independent, subjective reality, they must be analyzed objectively. This complexity points to the power of collectives to shape perceptions and behaviors, highlighting the need to understand them as material and social phenomena rather than merely subjective constructs. Quote 136. Capital is a collective product, and only by the united action of many members, nay, in the last resort, only by the united action of all members of society can it be set in motion. Sartre, referencing Marx, underscores that capital is created through the combined efforts of society. The functioning of capital depends not on isolated individuals, but on the cooperative actions of the entire social body. This unity, however, is paradoxically experienced as an external force that exists outside the control of the individuals who produce it, revealing the alienating nature of capitalist production. Quote 137. It is the object, and the object alone, which combines human efforts in its inhuman unity. And if it can make people believe in the existence of an original agreement where there is, in fact, only an anti-social, practico-inert force, this is because its passive unity, in its radical heterogeneity, cannot refer to any kind of human unification. Sartre points out that material objects like commodities or machinery are what unify human efforts, but they do so in an impersonal and alienating way. These objects create an illusion of unity and cooperation, masking the underlying reality of disconnected, antagonistic human relations. This passive, heterogeneous unity obscures any genuine human connection, as it exists solely through the inhuman logic of production and exchange. Quote 138. The worker will be saved from his destiny only if the human multiplicity as a whole is permanently changed into a group praxis. Sartre suggests that workers can only escape their alienated condition if the collective of individuals transforms into a conscious and active group. This change requires an ongoing reorganization of society, shifting from passive acceptance of the status quo to active participation in reshaping the social order. It is through this group praxis that individuals can reclaim their agency and negate the forces that bind them to their roles in the capitalist system. Quote 139. Class exists as a totalized series of series. Sartre describes class as a complex structure made up of multiple interconnected sequences. Rather than being a unified whole, it manifests as a collective composed of various layers of social relations and experiences. This conception of class reflects its fluid, dynamic nature, where individuals and groups are linked through their shared conditions of existence while simultaneously maintaining distinct identities within the broader social fabric. Quote 140. Collective praxis can occur only on the basis of a fundamental common being. Sartre argues that collective action emerges from a shared, underlying existence that binds individuals together. This common being is the foundation that allows for unified efforts, as it provides a basis for individuals to connect and organize around a mutual understanding or condition. Collective praxis, therefore, is not just a gathering of individuals, but a coordinated effort rooted in their shared reality. Quote 141. The working class, in its contradiction, represents the most resolute and visible effort of men to reconquer themselves through one another. Sartre highlights the working class as embodying a struggle for reclaiming humanity amidst the dehumanizing forces of capitalism. This effort is characterized by a contradiction. Workers seek to regain control over their existence and labor through collective action, while facing continuous threats from the systems that oppress them. It represents a fight to redefine their identities from mere objects within a system to active participants reclaiming their freedom. Quote 142. The market is not the synthetic unity of a multiplicity, but the dispersive, real multiplication of its own unity. Sartre suggests that the market does not unify individuals into a cohesive whole. Instead, it acts as a force that spreads and disperses them, creating an illusion of unity while reinforcing separation. This dispersive nature reveals the market's role in fragmenting social relations, rather than bringing them together in any meaningful, cooperative sense. Quote 143. Freedom, in this context, does not mean the possibility of choice, but the necessity of living these constraints in the form of exigencies, which must be fulfilled by a praxis. Sartre redefines freedom in the context of social and economic constraints. Here, freedom is not about making choices in the traditional sense, but about navigating and fulfilling the demands imposed by circumstances. Individuals are compelled to act within the limits set by their social conditions, and their praxis becomes an ongoing effort to address these constraints rather than express unrestricted autonomy. Quote 144. All men are slaves insofar as their life unfolds in the practico-inert field, and insofar as this field is always conditioned by scarcity. Sartre argues that within the practico-inert field, a realm shaped by material conditions and scarcity, everyone is enslaved. The practico-inert field is characterized by external forces and material constraints that dictate human behavior, leaving individuals bound to their circumstances. Scarcity serves as the driving force behind this enslavement, making freedom a struggle within the confines of material existence. Quote 145. In certain circumstances, in certain historical moments, and in certain societies, there may be real possibilities of moving from one class to another. Sartre acknowledges that social mobility is possible in specific contexts, though it is often limited and conditioned by historical and social factors. Such mobility might offer an individual a chance to transcend their class, yet it remains part of the structured possibilities of their original social environment. This movement, referred to as class viscosity, reveals that while change is feasible, it does not necessarily undermine the overall structure of class relations. Quote 146. The practico-inert field is the field of our servitude, which means not ideal servitude, but real subservience to natural forces, to mechanical forces, and to antisocial apparatuses. Sartre emphasizes that the practico-inert field represents a form of genuine servitude, where individuals are subjugated to the forces of nature, technology, and societal structures. This servitude is not an abstract concept, but a tangible reality that constrains human activity. People become enmeshed in systems that operate independently of their will, reinforcing the sense of powerlessness against external forces. Negation, quote 147, as a force of inertia, is a human inscription in the inorganic world. Sartre describes negation as the imprint of human activity on the material world. When individuals engage with the world, they introduce change and transformation, marking their presence. However, this negation, while reflecting human agency, also becomes part of the practico-inert reality, embodying the tension between active human intervention and the passivity of matter. Quote 148. Necessity provides its own intelligibility, that is to say, the reason of its being. Sartre suggests that necessity, or the inescapable conditions imposed by material reality, contains its own logic. This necessity is not arbitrary, but follows a rational structure that defines the limits within which individuals must operate. Understanding this necessity allows individuals to grasp the constraints they face, framing their praxis within the broader context of historical and social conditions. Quote 149. The group, the equivalence of freedom as necessity, and of necessity as freedom, the scope and limits of any realist dialectic. Sartre suggests that the group embodies both freedom and necessity simultaneously. This duality forms the foundation of dialectical relationships within a group, where individual freedom is expressed through collective necessity, and collective necessity frames individual freedom. The interplay of these forces defines the boundaries of a realist dialectic, emphasizing how groups shape and are shaped by the conditions of their existence. Quote 150. In this inert quasi-totality, constantly swept by great movements of counterfinality, the historical collectivity, the dialectical law, is at work. Sartre explains that within the collective, which he describes as a nearly complete entity, there are ongoing forces of counterfinality, outcomes that contradict the original intentions of human action. It is through these opposing movements that historical development occurs, with dialectical laws guiding the evolution of society as it struggles to transcend its own conditions. Quote 151. Every new collective organization can find its archetype in any other older one, because praxis, as the unification of the practical field, objectively tightens the bonds of the object group. Sartre argues that new collectives often mirror earlier ones because human praxis, collective action in the material world, creates unity within groups. This unity, shaped by historical and social conditions, forms the basis for how new groups organize and identify themselves. Consequently, contemporary group formations often reflect and adapt the structures and practices of their predecessors. Quote 152. The group constitutes itself on the basis of a need or common danger, and defines itself by the common objective which determines its common praxis. Sartre describes how a group forms when individuals come together in response to a shared need or threat. This shared objective then shapes their collective actions and strategies. The group, therefore, is defined by its common purpose, which drives its collective praxis and distinguishes it from other social structures. Quote 153. Scandal is the other as the formula of a series. Sartre uses the example of a scandal to illustrate how a series, a collection of individuals, perceives an event. The scandal becomes an external force that unifies the audience in their reaction, creating a temporary collective identity. This unity, however, is shaped by the shared experience of the scandal, rather than any deliberate organization, reflecting how groups can form through reactions to external stimuli. Quote 154. If the object really produces itself as the bond of alterity between the individuals of a collective, then the serial structure of multiplicity depends, basically, on the fundamental characteristics of the object itself and on its original relation with each and all. Sartre explains that in a collective, it is the object, such as a means of production, that creates the bond of difference, or alterity, among individuals. The serial nature of the group emerges from how this object relates to each person uniquely. In the case of workers, for instance, the means of production define their roles and relationships, producing a series that reflects their different experiences and positions within the collective. Quote 155. The bond between individuals was, in its various real forms, that of alterity, as the immediate discovery of oneself in the other. Sartre suggests that in moments of collective action, individuals recognize their shared identity through their differences, or alterity. It is in seeing themselves in others that people form bonds, even amidst chaos and upheaval. This realization creates a fleeting unity, where one's own actions and struggles mirror those of others, providing a basis for solidarity. Quote 156. In bourgeois democracies, elections are passive, serial processes. Each elector, of course, decides how to vote as other, and through others. But instead of deciding in common, and as a united praxis with the others, he allows it to be defined inertly and in seriality by opinion. Sartre critiques democratic processes, particularly elections, as being inherently passive. Voters make their decisions in isolation, influenced by others' opinions, but without direct engagement or unity. This serial passivity undermines true collective praxis, reducing political participation to an inert and isolated act, rather than a cohesive communal effort. Quote 157. A fused group is in fact still a series, negating itself in re-interiorizing exterior negations. In other words, in this moment, there is no distinction between the positive itself, the group in formation, and this self-negating negation, the series in dissolution. Sartre describes a fused group as one that emerges from the dissolution of seriality. It forms when individuals collectively negate the external forces that had previously defined them as isolated entities. This fusion signifies a moment when the group exists both as a unity in formation and as a negation of its former state of dispersion, indicating a dynamic transformation. Quote 158. The violent contradiction between the militia and the people, occurring within the people, produced the possibility of an internal unity as the negation of the external unity. Sartre notes that conflict, particularly between an external force, like a militia, and a collective, can foster internal unity within the group. This unity arises as the group rejects the imposed external structure, finding cohesion in their shared opposition. Through this internal contradiction, the group asserts its freedom and agency, distinguishing itself from external definitions. Quote 159. Unity proceeded from one to another as an alienation of necessity to freedom, that is to say, as other than the enemy's project and as an other result of his praxis. Sartre describes how unity within a group often arises as a response to an external threat. This unity is not a direct result of intentions, but is instead shaped by the opposition to the enemy's objectives. The group's collective action emerges as an expression of freedom that contrasts with the enemy's constraints, highlighting how external pressures can lead to a shared sense of purpose within a group. Quote 160. It is always possible for materiality, as a worked thing, to posit itself as essential through the inessentiality of separated men. Sartre suggests that material conditions often assert their importance over individuals who, as isolated beings, seem insignificant. When people are disconnected from one another, material reality, whether it is the economy, technology, or social structures, becomes dominant. This elevation of the material underscores how, in a fragmented society, objects and systems take on a seemingly essential role, directing human actions and relationships. Quote 161. We have established that a group only arises if it is designated through the field of passive activity. Sartre points out that a group forms not solely through active intention, but also through the conditions of passive existence. The group's emergence is influenced by the surrounding environment and circumstances that define individuals' activities. It is through the interplay between passive circumstances and active response that a unified group comes into being. Quote 162. Everyone freely fled the flight of the other, which means that the other was embodied in everyone as imperative flight. In this quote, Sartre illustrates how individuals in a group can act in response to others' behaviors. During moments of panic or collective movement, people mirror the actions of those around them, fleeing because they see others doing the same. This dynamic demonstrates how the presence of the other becomes internalized in each person, creating a powerful, almost unavoidable collective response. Quote 163. The group is not in fact my object. It is the common structure of my action. Sartre asserts that the group is not simply an external entity that individuals can observe or manipulate. Instead, it is the shared framework within which each member's actions take place. This perspective emphasizes that the group's existence is intertwined with the praxis of its members, making it both a product of and a context for their collective activity. Quote 164. The group is the mediation. Sartre emphasizes that the group serves as the intermediary between individuals, linking their actions and objectives. In the process of joining a group, individuals cease to be isolated entities and become integrated through a shared praxis. This collective mediation is what allows individuals to perceive their actions as part of a unified whole, transcending personal limitations and creating a sense of commonality. Quote 165. The present multiplicity of the group constitutes me objectively as a member of a tiny group of desperate men who will get themselves killed on the spot. Sartre illustrates how an individual's identity within a group is shaped by the collective situation. When someone joins a group, especially in moments of crisis, they become defined by the group's collective fate and objectives. This shared experience reinforces their commitment to the group, altering their perception of themselves from being an isolated individual to a part of a unified and sometimes desperate whole. Quote 166. This reciprocity is mediated because the action of each of us is the counterpart of that of the other through his numerical objectification in the group. Sartre describes how the relationship between individuals in a group is not direct, but is mediated through the group's overall structure. Each person's actions are seen as part of the group's totality, creating a sense of reciprocal influence. This mediation allows individuals to recognize their efforts as contributing to the larger collective, giving their actions meaning within the context of the group's existence. Quote 167. I am already part of it, as a limit of totalization, as an impracticable task which has to be done. Sartre suggests that when an individual joins a group, they are already integrated into its dynamic, even before formally joining. This integration reflects the idea that the group defines a totalizing project that all its members contribute to, even if the task at hand seems impossible. It emphasizes how individuals are drawn into the collective's goals, becoming part of its movement and direction. Quote 168. The third party is my objectivity interiorized. I do not see it in him as other, but as mine. Sartre articulates that within a group, another person, the third party, becomes a reflection of one's own objective reality. The individual sees their role and purpose within the group mirrored in others, not as something foreign, but as an integral part of their own identity. This internalization of the group's collective aims transforms how individuals perceive themselves and their actions. Quote 169. The group in situation produces and dissolves within itself its own temporary leaders, the regulatory third parties. Sartre describes how, within a group, leaders emerge organically of the moment. These leaders, referred to as regulatory third parties, are not permanent figures, but arise temporarily to guide the group's collective action. The group produces and absorbs these leaders as necessary, demonstrating the fluid and dynamic nature of leadership in collective situations. Quote 170. A group emerges hot, achawed, and acts where previously there were only gatherings. Sartre suggests that a group can suddenly form in moments of urgency or crisis, transforming from a mere gathering into a unified, active entity. This spontaneous emergence, often driven by shared goals or threats, marks the group's transition from a passive assembly into an organized collective capable of decisive action. This hot formation of the group signifies a new and intense level of collective unity. Quote 171. The group is both totalization and totality, whereas the group must be a developing totalization whose totality lies outside it in its object. Sartre argues that a group is both a totalizing process and a complete entity, yet its totality is not self-contained. Instead, the group's totality exists in relation to its external objectives or goals. The group's unity is thus defined by its ongoing actions and its pursuit of something beyond itself, emphasizing that a group's identity is tied to its external projects. Quote 172. It constitutes itself as a means, but this in no way implies that it must remain a means. Sartre explains that while a group may initially form as a means to achieve a specific goal, it does not necessarily stay confined to that role. The group can evolve beyond its original purpose, potentially transforming into a more complex social structure. This fluidity illustrates the dynamic potential within collective action, where a group's existence and objectives can change over time. Quote 173. The reality of the praxis of a fused group depends on the liquidation of the serial, both in everyone and by everyone in everyone, and its replacement by community. Sartre emphasizes that for a group to truly exist as a unified entity, individuals must shed their isolated, serial identities and embrace a sense of community. This transformation requires both personal and collective efforts, where everyone participates in dissolving the barriers of separation. The group's reality, therefore, hinges on this mutual commitment to unity and shared praxis. Quote 174. Addition, therefore, instead of being a mere inert summation of the units, becomes a synthetic act for everyone. Everyone joins the group in order to be more numerous, and hence the increase of the group becomes everyone's practice. Sartre explains that in the formation of a group, the simple act of individuals joining together transforms from a passive accumulation into an active synthesis. Each member's contribution creates a collective identity that is more than just the sum of its parts. By joining, individuals actively participate in building the group, making its expansion a shared practice that enhances the group's power and purpose. Quote 175. The group, in contrast, is always here, and insofar as we know it to be elsewhere too, it constitutes this elsewhere as the same here. Sartre highlights the group's unique quality of presence. Unlike a serial gathering that exists in multiple places without coherence, the fused group maintains a unity that extends beyond its immediate location. Wherever the group is recognized, it remains the same entity, embodying a shared identity that transcends spatial boundaries, thus creating a sense of unity and purpose across different settings. Quote 176. The unity of the result, as in individual praxis, becomes the objective reality of the group, that is to say, its being, insofar as it can produce itself only in inert materiality. Sartre asserts that the group's unity is realized in its tangible outcomes. Similar to individual actions that create physical results, the group's collective effort finds its objective reality in material achievements. This unity is not abstract, but grounded in the group's ability to manifest its intentions through actions that impact the material world, establishing its existence and purpose. Quote 177. Thus, at this first stage, there is no leader, or, in other words, the situation may by accident be such that a single third party designates, signifies, and adumbrates the initial action. Sartre notes that in the early formation of a fused group, leadership is not formalized. Any individual may spontaneously initiate an action that others follow, but this occurrence is often accidental and situational rather than the result of a structured hierarchy. This fluidity in leadership reflects the emergent and organic nature of group dynamics during its initial stages. Quote 178. The common freedom will create itself in everyone against them, until in the end, the orders which circulate really are the orders which everyone gives himself and in all. Sartre describes how, within a group, a common sense of freedom develops among its members. This freedom operates against external forces or internal dissent, uniting the group's purpose. Over time, the commands and directives within the group align with each individual's will, signifying a complete internalization of the group's objectives, where every member acts in harmony with the collective intention. Quote 179. The intelligibility of the fused group depends, therefore, on the complex ensemble of a negative designation of its community, reactualized in the negation of this negation, that is, in the free constitution of individual praxis into common praxis. Sartre suggests that the unity of a fused group arises from the negation of its previous state of separation. This process involves individuals transforming their isolated actions into a collective praxis. By rejecting their impotence and fragmentation, they redefine themselves through common action, creating a new reality that opposes their former disconnected existence. The group's strength and identity thus lie in its ability to forge a shared purpose out of previously disparate individual efforts. Quote 180. Freedom as the sovereignty of individual praxis is not violence. It is simply the dialectical reorganization of the environment. Here, Sartre differentiates between the essence of freedom and violence. He argues that true freedom, when expressed through individual praxis, involves the reordering of one's surroundings rather than acts of force. It is an exercise of sovereignty, where individuals shape their environment through deliberate, structured actions rather than resorting to violent means to impose change. Quote 181. This common freedom gets its violence not only from the violent negation which occasioned it, but also from the reign of necessity, which it transcended but preserved in itself, and which constantly threatens to be reborn as a disguised petrification. Sartre explains that the violence inherent in the group's freedom arises both from its initial revolt against external forces and from the underlying necessities it seeks to overcome. Even as the group moves forward, it carries with it the potential for these constraints to resurface. The threat of falling back into rigidity and passivity remains, indicating that freedom is an ongoing struggle against both external opposition and internal inertia. Quote 182. A group is not, or at least it dries up and ossifies, the more being or inert materiality it contains. It constantly totalizes itself and disappears either by fragmentation, dispersal, or by ossification, inertia. Sartre underscores the dynamic nature of a group, which constantly seeks to redefine and totalize itself through collective praxis. If a group becomes too rigid or accumulates too much static being, it risks losing its vitality. It either disperses into fragmented parts or solidifies into an inert, lifeless entity. Therefore, a group's existence relies on its capacity for continual self-renewal and avoidance of static states. Quote 183. The group, waiting for the attack, looks for positions to occupy, divides itself so as to man all of them, distributes weapons, assigns patrol duties to some, and scouting or guard duties to others, establishes communications. And in this way, in the free exploitation of places and resources, it constitutes itself for itself as a group. Sartre describes the proactive nature of the group, highlighting how it organizes itself in anticipation of external threats. By dividing tasks, preparing defenses, and creating communication networks, the group actively constitutes its identity and purpose. This collective readiness is an assertion of its existence and demonstrates its ability to adapt, unify, and prepare itself as a coherent entity in the face of potential danger. Quote 184. The permanence of the group cannot be either the loosening of the common bond, threatening to tip the group back into seriality, or the practico-inert inertia of objectification. Sartre argues that for a group to sustain itself, it must avoid becoming merely a collection of isolated individuals, seriality, or falling into a state of passive existence, practico-inert inertia. The group's unity relies on maintaining an active, collective purpose, rather than dissolving into mere objectified existence or fragmented, disconnected parts. This tension between avoiding dissolution and resisting inertia is central to the group's ongoing existence. Quote 185. The group as survival, between a completed action and an immanence in absence, posits itself for itself as an immediate objective. Sartre highlights the group's constant struggle to survive in the space between past achievements and future uncertainties. The group must continuously assert itself as an immediate goal, balancing its historical actions with the need to adapt to changing circumstances. This self-awareness is what drives the group to persist, making its existence a dynamic process rather than a static state. Quote 186. A pledge is mediated reciprocity. All its derivative forms derive their meaning from this basic form of pledge. Sartre describes the concept of a pledge as a form of mediated reciprocity within the group. The pledge acts as a commitment that binds each member to the collective, establishing a guarantee of unity and permanence. This mutual assurance becomes the foundation for the group's stability, reinforcing trust and collective responsibility among its members. Quote 187. The group tries to make itself its own tool against the seriality which threatens to dissolve it. It creates a factitious inertia to protect it against the threats of the practico-inert. Sartre explains that the group, in its effort to avoid fragmentation, attempts to use itself as a defense against seriality, the state of disconnected, isolated individuals. By creating a form of self-imposed structure or inertia, the group safeguards its unity. This artificial stability is meant to shield the group from slipping into passive existence or being reduced to mere individual actions. Quote 188. In making a pledge, the first movement is to swear so as to make the others swear, through mediated reciprocity, that is to say, so as to guarantee oneself against the possibility that they will disperse. Sartre emphasizes that the act of pledging within a group serves as a mutual assurance among members. Each person swears to commit to the group, encouraging others to do the same. This collective pledge aims to prevent the group from falling apart, ensuring that every member feels secure in the unity and commitment of the others, thus maintaining the group's integrity. Quote 189. The pledge still lies in the future, but its signification, as an immediate objective of the group and as a means of maintaining the permanence required by certain more distant objectives, presents it to everyone as a common operation, or, in other words, as the group acting on its every member. Sartre describes the pledge as both a future commitment and an immediate task for the group. This pledge serves not only as a promise, but as a unifying action where each member collectively shapes the group's direction. It binds individuals into a common goal, ensuring the group's ongoing existence and orienting them toward future objectives. This collective act transforms the group's potential into a shared reality, reinforcing their unity and purpose. Quote 190. The unity of the pledged group, by way of contrast, insofar as it comes from it alone and from a possible but not yet actual attack, seems to be a mere play of signs and meanings. Nothing material really unites me to the third parties. Sartre emphasizes that the unity of a pledged group is primarily conceptual, based on shared meanings and commitments rather than tangible material connections. This unity forms from the members' collective agreement to defend against potential threats, even before they materialize. It shows how the bond between members is created through the act of pledging rather than direct physical interactions, highlighting the power of shared intention. Quote 191. The fundamental recreation within the pledge is the project of substituting a real fear, produced by the group itself, for the retreating external fear, whose very distance is deceptive. Sartre explains that the pledge generates an internal fear within the group, replacing the distant threat posed by external enemies. By cultivating a fear of betraying the group, members maintain their unity and vigilance. This self-imposed fear serves to reinforce their commitment, ensuring that the group's cohesion persists even in the absence of immediate danger. It transforms the group's internal dynamics into a form of self-regulation. Quote 192. To swear is to say, as a common individual, you must kill me if I secede. In this stark depiction, Sartre reveals the absolute nature of the pledge. By swearing allegiance to the group, each member commits to the idea that betrayal of the group's unity is an offense worthy of death. This extreme pledge underscores the group's seriousness and the severity of its internal commitment, binding members to a code that demands ultimate loyalty and the willingness to sacrifice individual freedom for collective survival. Quote 193. In the pledged group, the fundamental relation between all the third parties is that they created themselves together from the clay of necessity. Sartre describes how members of a pledged group forge their collective identity from necessity. This creation is not a passive occurrence, but an active process where individuals consciously bind themselves to one another in response to shared circumstances. Through this act, the group forms a new reality, where each member acknowledges their interdependence, embodying the shared project of their unity. Quote 194. In other words, our common being is not an identical nature in everyone. On the contrary, it is a mediated reciprocity of conditionings. Sartre emphasizes that the unity within a group does not stem from identical characteristics shared by all members. Instead, it arises from a complex web of relationships where individuals recognize each other as mutually dependent. This mediated reciprocity means that each person's existence is interconnected with the others, forming a unique collective identity that transcends mere physical or superficial similarities. Quote 195. We are brothers insofar as, following the creative act of the pledge, we are our own sons, our common creation. Sartre suggests that fraternity within a group comes from the act of collectively pledging to a common purpose. This bond transforms individuals into both creators and creations of their collective identity. The fraternity does not arise from biological or inherent ties, but from the conscious commitment to shape a shared existence, reinforcing the sense of mutual responsibility and connection. Quote 196. Fraternity is the real bond between common individuals, insofar as everyone lives his being and that of the other, in the form of untranscendable, reciprocal obligations. Here, Sartre describes fraternity as the foundation of relationships within the group, built on mutual obligations that cannot be transcended or ignored. Members experience each other's existence through this binding commitment, which defines their interaction and solidarity. This form of fraternity is not based on superficial resemblance, but on the shared duty and loyalty to the group's collective purpose. Quote 197. The possibility of loving a traitor is given in fraternity itself, and as a condition of it. And this means that any concrete and practical relation within the group is necessarily addressed through the common individual to the organic individual. Sartre acknowledges that within the group, even the potential for betrayal is a natural aspect of fraternity. This recognition implies that every relationship within the group involves navigating between the collective identity and the individual's autonomy. Fraternity includes the tension between unity and the risk of betrayal, which defines the depth and intensity of the group's bonds. Quote 198. This means that the group is also, negatively, the totalization of its points of possible rupture, and that for each point there is a certain threshold above which the rupture may occur. Sartre points out that the group's unity inherently includes the potential for its dissolution. The group's existence is marked by various points where it could break apart, and each of these points has a specific threshold. This idea illustrates that the strength of the group is measured not just by its solidarity, but also by how it manages the underlying risks of fragmentation. Quote 199. Organization, then, is a distribution of tasks, and it is the common objective, common interest, common danger, common need assigning a common aim, which defines praxis negatively and lies at the origin of this differentiation. The essence of an organization is portrayed as the allocation of tasks among its members, driven by a shared goal or necessity. This shared aim gives shape to collective action, dictating roles and responsibilities. Here, Sartre suggests that it is the common needs or dangers faced by a group that form the basis for organizing efforts and delineating functions within the group. Quote 200. The group acts on the object indirectly, only insofar as it acts upon itself, and its action upon itself, which, as we shall see, is its only action as a group, defines itself on the basis of a praxis. Sartre emphasizes that a group primarily acts through self-organization rather than directly upon its objectives. By shaping its internal structure and dynamics, the group indirectly influences the external world. This concept highlights the importance of internal relations and organization in achieving any collective endeavor. Quote 201. Function is both negative and positive. In the practical movement, a prohibition, do not do anything else, is perceived as a positive determination, as a creative imperative. Do precisely that. In this quote, Sartre explores the dual nature of function within an organization. While it restricts an individual's actions by specifying what they should not do, it simultaneously defines what they are meant to do. This duality implies that limitations within a role are what give rise to creativity and determination in fulfilling specific duties. Quote 202. But this set of operations presupposes differentiation. For example, the distribution of tasks, or of weapons or supplies, presupposes an earlier distribution, that is to say, the creation within the group of specialized apparatuses. This statement explains that organizing efforts within a group involve creating specialized roles and apparatuses. Differentiation is a necessary precursor to distributing specific tasks or resources, which means that organization must establish structures and substructures to support its collective actions. Quote 203. The group defines, directs, controls, and constantly corrects the common praxis. It may even, in some cases, produce the common individuals who will realize it. Sartre argues that a group not only sets its collective action, but also continuously refines it. By defining and directing its praxis, the group maintains a dynamic process of correction and adaptation, which can involve shaping the individuals within it to fulfill the group's objectives. Quote 204. The problem is what type of unity and reality can be attributed to praxis in its new form of organized praxis, and what meaning it can have. Here, Sartre questions the nature of unity in organized praxis. He is concerned with understanding how this structured collective action retains or transforms its significance, suggesting that the process of organization raises deeper philosophical questions about the nature and reality of collective endeavors. Quote 205. The organization then reverts to the less differentiated stage of the statutory group, and functions appear as little more than abstract significations with no reality. This quote points out that under certain conditions, an organization may regress to a more primitive, less structured form. When this happens, the roles and functions within the group lose their concrete significance, becoming mere abstractions without practical relevance or impact. Quote 206. Differentiation, which is the abstract thought of the statutory group, becomes the concrete thought of the organized group. Sartre illustrates the transformation of differentiation within a group. Initially, differentiation is a theoretical concept within a statutory group, but as the group becomes organized, this differentiation turns into a tangible reality. This transition underscores how abstract ideas manifest into concrete organizational structures. Quote 207. The technique and the tool define the moment of the historical process insofar as it produces, penetrates, sustains, and totalizes this particular group within this developing totalization. Sartre notes that the tools and techniques employed by a group are pivotal in defining its historical moment. These instruments not only shape the group's actions, but also contribute to the group's identity and continuity within a larger historical context. Quote 208. The common individual, as function, remains mostly undetermined. To be a pilot, of course, is to be nothing but a pilot. Sartre conveys the inherent ambiguity of functional roles within an organization. While individuals take on specific roles, the true nature of these roles remains open-ended, revealing the tension between function as a limiting definition and the broader scope of individual praxis. Quote 209. The common individual, insofar as he is produced by the group, is something more and something different than he at first appeared. This statement reflects Sartre's idea that an individual within a group context transforms into something greater than merely a part of the collective. The individual's function and role take on new meaning, bound to both the tools and techniques they employ, as well as the collective identity of the group. Through training and shared experiences, their individual identity is reshaped, emphasizing the complexity of their new enriched role within the group. Quote 2 on 10. The main purpose of my examples was to show how the common is transcended in work itself. Sartre is highlighting that within group work, individual actions transcend mere functionality. In organized activities, such as sports or work, the common goal elevates personal contributions to something beyond mere execution. This transcendence occurs as each member's individual efforts and initiatives contribute to a dynamic, ever-evolving common objective. Quote 211. In effect, these were characterized not only by their integration, but also by the strictly common character of their objective and, consequently, of their praxis. This quote underscores the unity within organized groups. Each member's actions are intrinsically linked to the collective goal, and their practices become a shared endeavor. This integration means that individual actions cannot be separated from the collective's objectives, emphasizing the interconnectedness of all participants in the group. Quote 2 to 12. In the match, every common individual will, in the light of the group's objective, effect a practical synthesis. He tries to make himself generally prepared for the specific characteristics of the match. Here, Sartre uses the analogy of a sports match to illustrate how individuals adapt their actions based on the overarching group goal. Each participant synthesizes the overall situation, preparing themselves to act in line with the group's needs. This preparation reflects the individual's ongoing align their function with the collective aim. The quote 2 on 13. Thus, no particular movement, pass, or feint is entailed by the function itself. Function only defines the abstract possibility of making particular feints and performing particular actions in a situation which is both limited and indeterminate. Sartre argues that while a function within a group provides a framework, it does not strictly dictate specific actions. Instead, the function allows for a range of possible behaviors and responses depending on the situation. This flexibility indicates that individual action is a dynamic, context-sensitive aspect of group praxis. Quote 214. But in fact, this alienation, at least at this level, is only apparent. My action develops on the basis of a common power towards a common objective. Sartre acknowledges that individual actions within a group may seem alienating as they appear absorbed by the collective process. However, he asserts that this is an illusion. In reality, individual actions contribute to the common power and goal, affirming the interdependence between the individual and the group. Quote 215. The group temporalizes itself in an objectification which eliminates it as an active organization in favor of the result as a produced reality. This quote describes how a group's efforts are directed toward achieving a concrete result, which ultimately defines the group's reality. As the group's activities become objectified in the final outcome, the group itself transforms, ceasing to exist as an active organization once the goal is attained. Quote 216. So after his action, the individual manifests himself to the group as a concrete moment of the past totality, as a structure of irreversibility in its temporalization, and therefore as a common individual. Sartre emphasizes how individual actions, once completed, become part of the group's collective history. These actions are irreversible and shape the group's ongoing development. The individual, through their contribution, embodies the group's past, reinforcing their identity as a member of the collective. Quote 217. This retrospective illusion is nevertheless a common structure. The group totalization turns back on itself as a transcended totality, and, in this transcended totality, it perceives the free praxis of a given third party as the practical superiority of a given common individual. Sartre suggests that when reflecting on a completed group action, the collective often attributes the success to individual contributions, creating an illusion of individual superiority. This process of retrospectively elevating certain actions gives the impression that some members possess a higher degree of practical ability, even though these achievements were products of the group's collective effort. Quote 218. He therefore in the light of the common objective. mediated by the future actions of the other members of the team, and inseparable from the long-term end, so as to dissolve in the common objectification. This statement captures the essence of group praxis. Individuals act with the collective goal in mind, considering both the present and future actions of other group members. In doing so, their efforts blend into the larger, shared objective, dissolving personal intentions into the collective outcome. Quote 219. Organization is a real operation, which the group performs on itself as a distribution of tasks in accordance with the common praxis. This quote indicates that an organization's formation is a self-imposed structure within the group. It involves distributing tasks among its members to align with their collective practices. This internal structuring serves to ensure that the group's actions are coordinated and directed towards achieving their common goals. Quote 220. The group re-interiorizes alterity the better to struggle against it, either to dominate the complexities of an immanent object or to confront a transcendent diversity. Sartre argues that within an organized group, the concept of otherness or differentiation among members is internalized for the group's advantage. By recognizing and addressing these differences, the group can more effectively manage complex tasks or face external challenges. This internal diversity becomes a tool to strengthen the group's collective action. Quote 221. He is other because it is necessary that this or that should be done to allow the completion of some other task, which conditions the possibility of me carrying out mine. Sartre emphasizes that within an organized group, members become others to each other due to the necessity of their different roles. Each individual's tasks are interconnected and enable others to perform their own roles. This interconnectedness implies that alterity is not a random occurrence, but a functional necessity for achieving the group's objectives. Quote 222. Freedom, as common praxis, initially produced the bond of sociality in the form of the pledge. And now, it creates concrete forms of human relationship. This quote highlights the evolution of group dynamics. Initially, freedom and common practices form the bond of solidarity, the pledge, within the group. Over time, this freedom creates specific, concrete relationships among individuals, shaping the group's internal structure and the roles each member plays. Quote 223. In the organized group, human relations involve their own freely accepted limits. Sartre notes that within an organized group, relationships are defined by mutually agreed-upon boundaries. These limits are not imposed externally, but are embraced by group members to facilitate functioning and cooperation. This acceptance of boundaries allows for a clear definition of roles and responsibilities, contributing to the group's stability. Quote 224. This structure, in effect, is simply the determination of the milieu of fraternity terror by mediated reciprocity. Sartre describes how the group's structure arises from a balance between unity, fraternity, and the forceful enforcement of order, terror. This structure is shaped through mediated reciprocity, where relationships and actions within the group are interconnected and influenced by each member's role in maintaining this equilibrium. Quote 225. In the fused group, mediated reciprocity emerges from praxis itself as a relation of convergence between two third parties who come together in the generating movement of the group. This quote explains that in a tightly knit group, reciprocity is a direct outcome of their collective action. The relationships within the group are formed through the coming together of individuals in shared praxis, creating a bond based on mutual recognition and contribution to the group's purpose. Quote 226. The heterogeneity of functions, even in a hierarchy, is simply a determination of inert reciprocity. This statement points out that the variety of roles within a group, including hierarchical differences, is an expression of a kind of static reciprocity. This heterogeneity is not chaotic. The fixed relations that arise from the group's established practices, reinforcing the group's collective purpose. Quote 227. In an organized group, however, heterogeneity derives from the needs of praxis. It is created on the basis of reciprocal sureties. Sartre asserts that, in a structured group, differences among members arise from practical needs. These differences are established on the foundation of mutual guarantees, indicating that each member's role supports and depends on the roles of others, ensuring that the group functions cohesively. Quote 228. The reciprocity of two radically heterogeneous functions remains unintelligible as long as they are not mediated by the practical group, but its full intelligibility emerges as soon as both functions are understood in terms of the common praxis. Sartre emphasizes that the relationship between two very different roles within an organized group cannot be fully understood until they are viewed in the context of the group's collective practice. When seen through the lens of the group's shared objectives, the seemingly disparate functions become interdependent and meaningful, highlighting the importance of a shared praxis in unifying diverse roles. Quote 229. In a group in action, the organization of powers and tasks creates a concrete internal milieu with its own structures, tensions, and immanent relations. This quote underscores how the active engagement of a group establishes a unique internal environment defined by specific structures and dynamics. Within this framework, each function contributes to maintaining the group's internal reality, aligning individual efforts towards a common goal and shaping the group's collective identity. Quote 230. Every function becomes the signification of the other, insofar as it is itself signified by the praxis, and every function contains the other in its practical activity. Sartre suggests that within a functioning group, each role or function gains meaning through its relation to other roles. This interconnectedness means that each role embodies aspects of the others, as every action contributes to the group's overarching practice. The functions are therefore mutually reinforcing, creating a web of relationships within the group. Quote 231. Mediation, for a given goalkeeper or center forward, is the pitch itself, insofar as their common praxis has made it a common practical reality to be occupied or traversed. Using a sports analogy, Sartre illustrates how the group's shared action, praxis, transforms the environment into a meaningful space. The field becomes a collective reality, shaping each member's role and actions. The individual's position on the field and the roles they play are mediated by the common objective of the game, emphasizing the interplay between environment and collective purpose. Quote 232. The group acts constantly on itself in order to modify its possible counterfinalities, and that it can act only by creating new reciprocities. Sartre notes that a group must continually adapt and reorganize itself to address potential internal conflicts or obstacles. This self-regulation involves creating new relationships and functions to maintain the group's cohesion and progress. It highlights the dynamic nature of group organization, which requires ongoing effort to align individual roles with the group's evolving needs. Quote 233. Insofar as this work tends to transform interiorized alterities into functions, which is the usual case and the one which concerns us at present, it is bound to effect this integration on the basis of the aim and of the primary reciprocities. Sartre suggests that the group's internal work often involves converting internal differences into functional roles. This transformation is achieved by aligning these differences with the group's primary goals and relationships, integrating them into the group's structure. This process demonstrates how individual distinctions are subsumed into the group's overarching praxis. Quote 234. The organized group is a very broad genus, of which the selective group is only a small species. Sartre differentiates between various forms of organized groups, indicating that while some groups select their members based on specific criteria, selective groups, the broader concept of an organized group encompasses a much wider range of formations. This distinction underlines the diversity of organized groups and the varying dynamics within them. Quote 235. Reciprocity is no longer the living creation of bonds. It is, on the contrary, reciprocal inertia. Here, Sartre reflects on how established reciprocity within an organized group can become static over time. Rather than being an active force that continuously generates new bonds, reciprocity turns into a form of inertia. This shift underscores the challenge of maintaining dynamism in group relations as structures and roles become more fixed. Quote 236. The fundamental character of an organized group is that all these functions are conditioned and guaranteed by the mediation of the developing common praxis. Sartre states that the essence of an organized group lies in its functions are interconnected and sustained through the group's ongoing shared actions. This developing praxis serves as the mediating force that binds individual roles together, ensuring that each function contributes to the group's collective purpose. Quote 237. The organized group cannot be practical and alive except as a progressive synthesis of a plurality of reciprocal fields. Sartre states that for an organized group to remain functional and active, it must continually synthesize various interconnected relationships. As tasks become more complex and the group's size increases, simple reciprocal interactions are replaced by more intricate, multifaceted systems. This synthesis is crucial for the group to adapt and achieve its objectives effectively. Quote 238. These calculated determinations nevertheless refer to actions, but also the actual work of the railwaymen, from engine drivers to ticket collectors. Here, Sartre points out that the organization's structure, while appearing fixed and systematic, is inherently linked to the actions of individuals within it. The internal dynamics of an organization include not only the established frameworks, but also the daily contributions of each member, highlighting the interplay between structure and living praxis. Quote 239. But this means that the inert, that is to say, different reciprocal limitations, comes into contact with itself in the group, and through the profound relations of interiority, which unite each to all in mediated reciprocity. This quote emphasizes how the rigid, inert aspects of an organization, such as rules and limitations, interact with the group's internal relations. It is the group's shared practices that create a bridge between these fixed structures and the individuals within them, enabling a deeper sense of connection and mutual dependency. Quote 240. Freedom tries, through the action of all common individuals, including those through whom a reciprocal counterfinality is manifested, to provide them with a foundation as free, created functions. Sartre suggests that freedom within an organized group manifests through the actions of all members. Even those whose roles seem contradictory to the group's primary goals find a place within the larger framework. The group continuously attempts to transform these roles into functional elements that align with its objectives, reinforcing the fluid nature of organized praxis. Quote 241. The relation remains fixed insofar as it is preserved, and if, through a directed action, a system in movement is invoked, that is to say, relations which produce one another, then these relations will arise as mathematical relations rather than as the moments of a dialectical praxis. This statement describes how the preservation of fixed relationships within an organization creates a system that operates more like a set of mathematical rules than a fluid, evolving practice. These fixed relations are necessary for maintaining order, but they also limit the dynamic potential of praxis, turning the organization into a structured, predictable entity. Quote 242. Structure as having two sides, it is both an analytical necessity and a synthetic power. Sartre defines structure as something that not only requires analysis to understand its components, analytical necessity, but also actively shapes and organizes the group, synthetic power. Structure emerges from the group's freely created practices, yet it appears as a necessity, guiding and regulating the group's functioning. Quote 243. We shall therefore call these structures, insofar as their inorganic materiality has been freely interiorized and reworked by the group, the necessity of freedom. Sartre argues that the structures within an organized group represent the paradox of the necessity of freedom. They are freely accepted by the group members and transformed into something that both supports and limits their actions. This acceptance creates a form of internalized order that both enables and constrains individual freedom within the group. Quote 244. The true work of organization is the synthetic production and the distribution of tasks, but also that it must constantly affect the synthesis of the mediated reciprocities which arise in different layers of the common reality. Sartre states that organizing involves not only assigning roles and tasks, but also continuously synthesizing the interdependent relationships that emerge within the group. This ongoing synthesis ensures that the group's internal dynamics align with its collective goals, emphasizing the need for constant adaptation to maintain cohesion. Quote 245. But praxis itself, when completed, cannot be reduced to this skeleton. It is more, and it is different. It is the free, concrete realization of a particular task. This quote highlights that the structures and functions within an organization are merely the framework or skeleton of praxis. True praxis goes beyond these structures, representing the concrete, free enactment of specific tasks by individuals. Thus, while structure defines the limits, praxis embodies the living actions that bring the organization to life. Quote 246. It is always possible for the group, as totalizing action under the pressure of new circumstances, to dissolve it entirely. Sartre acknowledges that even though structures within a group appear rigid, the group itself retains the power to change or dissolve these structures in response to new circumstances. This fluidity underscores the dynamic nature of organized praxis, where the group constantly redefines itself to meet emerging challenges. Quote 247. The organized group cannot be practical and alive except as a progressive synthesis of a plurality of reciprocal fields. Sartre indicates that for an organized group to remain functional and dynamic, it must continually integrate multiple interconnected relationships. As the group grows in size and complexity, simple reciprocal interactions give way to more sophisticated systems. This synthesis is necessary for the group to adapt, achieve its goals, and maintain internal cohesion. Quote 248. The group or an objective reality does not exist. On this level, it is simply the fact that the free production of inertia is the same and determines itself as such intentionally. Sartre suggests that the group, as a collective whole, does not exist as a static reality. Instead, it is the continuous, free creation of structures and relationships by its members. The group's existence is defined by this ongoing intentional effort, rather than being an independent, fixed entity. The quote 249. Thus, the creation of forms of differentiation treats the group as a transition from homogeneity to a calculated heterogeneity. This quote explains how the group evolves from a state of uniformity to one characterized by deliberate diversity. The process of assigning roles and responsibilities introduces variations among members, transforming the group into a more differentiated entity. This calculated heterogeneity is essential for the group's organized functioning. Quote 250. Structure is this double constituent designation in its two simultaneous and opposite orientations, either at the level of mere abstract potentiality, the level of power acknowledged by common individuals, or at the level of actualization. Sartre describes structure as having two dimensions, one as a potential power recognized by individuals, and the other as the actualization of that potential through concrete actions. The structure thus embodies both the abstract possibility of roles and their realization in practice, highlighting the dual nature of organizational dynamics. Quote 251. The idea of the group, on the other hand, as a structural determination of the indeterminate, must be invented, and remains infinitely variable within certain limits. This statement underscores the concept that the group's idea of itself is not pre-existing, but must be constantly created and redefined. While there are limits to this variability, the group's internal structure and self-perception are flexible, evolving in response to new circumstances and requirements. Quote 252. In other words, Structure as the exteriority of interiority is re-interiorized by functional activity without being dissolved by it. Sartre argues that the rigid external aspects of structure are internalized through the actions of group members. This process does not erase the structure, but instead integrates it into the group's lived experience, allowing individuals to understand their roles as part of the collective while maintaining the group's organized framework. Quote 253. The group has an internal objectivity. That is to say, the group exists through every common individual in two radically distinct forms. This quote emphasizes that the group's existence is both as a secure entity that provides a sense of belonging for each member, and as an external object shaped by the individual's collective actions. The group is therefore experienced in different ways, depending on its role in supporting each member's freedom and in shaping collective activities. Quote 254. Practical knowledge unfolds simultaneously on two planes and according to two types of rationality. Sartre notes that the knowledge within an organized group operates on different levels. It involves both an analytical, calculated approach to organizing tasks and a dialectical understanding of the group's goals and actions. This duality allows the group to manage its internal complexities effectively. Quote 255. The material organization of the group is indistinguishable from the organization of its thoughts. Sartre suggests that the physical structure of the group reflects its internal organization and thinking processes. The way tasks and functions are arranged within the group mirrors the group's collective mindset, illustrating the deep connection between structure and consciousness. Quote 256. What we have been studying, in fact, is the conditions of common action, rather than common action itself. Sartre acknowledges that his previous analysis has focused more on the prerequisites and structures that enable group action rather than examining the essence of collective action. This distinction suggests that understanding a group's internal organization does not fully capture the dynamic, lived experience of its unified actions. Quote 257. The praxis is not in fact the temporalization of an organic unity, but a negated and instrumentalized multiplicity which temporalizes and unifies itself in the common praxis through the mediation of individual temporalizations. Here, Sartre describes the nature of group praxis. Rather than being the straightforward product of a unified entity, group action emerges from the negation and coordination of multiple individual actions. These diverse actions come together to create a unified temporal flow, mediated through individual participation. Quote 258. The common aim is in fact always doubly common. It is the aim of everyone as a member of the group, and its signifying content is necessarily common. Sartre emphasizes that a group's objective holds dual significance. It belongs to each member individually as part of the group, but it also represents a shared content or goal that defines the collective effort. This dual nature underscores how group objectives are both personal and communal. Quote 259. The transformation lies in the possibility of realizing in simultaneity, on the basis of reciprocal relations, what the individual would have to realize successively. Sartre highlights a key difference between group action and individual action: the ability of a group to achieve simultaneous results. While an individual might have to perform actions one after another, a group can coordinate efforts to achieve multiple outcomes at once through its members' reciprocal interactions. The quote 260. Thus he is immediately given an understanding of the common aim, since this common aim is himself. In this quote, Sartre discusses the experience of an individual being pursued by a group. The hunted person gains insight into the group's objective, because he is the target of their collective effort. This scenario reveals how the group's aim becomes directly comprehensible to him, illustrating the immediacy with which individuals can grasp collective intentions. Quote 261. Structure is a specific relation of the terms of a reciprocal relation to the whole and to each other through the mediation of the whole. Sartre defines structure as the set of interconnected relationships between individual roles and the entire group. Each part is mediated by the collective, indicating that individual roles gain meaning and purpose through their interaction with the group's unified objective. Quote 262. This does not mean that the common action is an organic synthesis of the members of the group, but, on the contrary, that the group, far from having hyper-individuality in its action, sets itself objectives of an individualized structure and can achieve them only through common operations which are individual in character. Sartre argues that group actions are not the result of an organic fusion of its members. Instead, the group establishes objectives that, while designed collectively, are pursued through individual actions. This reveals how collective goals are realized through the contributions of each member. Quote 263. But these essential reservations only serve to underline the fact that the formal structure of the objective and of the operations is still typically individual. Despite the group nature of objectives, Sartre suggests that their formal structure and the operations to achieve them retain an inherently individual character. This insight implies that even within a group, the way objectives are conceived and pursued reflects the individual's role in shaping collective aims. Quote 264. The group object, which is simply the means of avoiding the danger, is to be decoded in terms of the fears of the exalted personage, and it provides reassurance insofar as it rules them out as impossible. Sartre explains how a group's actions can be interpreted as responses to the fears and desires of a central figure. The group's structure and movements become a means of confronting and managing these anxieties, providing reassurance to the individual by creating an organized response to perceived threats. Quote 265. The pledge is the practical comprehension of reciprocity as a means of constituting a group inertia, in the same way that pledged praxis implies a common understanding of the group objective and of the pledge. Sartre describes the pledge as a mutual agreement that solidifies the group's collective inertia, acting as a stabilizing force. This shared commitment enables the group to have a unified direction, ensuring that every member understands their role in relation to the group's common objective. Quote 266. The homogeneity of individual praxis and common praxis at first presents us with difficulties. It involves a kind of aporia, or impotence of the dialectic. Sartre points out that although individual and group praxis appear to be similar in structure, this similarity brings about a philosophical difficulty. The issue lies in understanding how a group, which is fundamentally different from an individual, can produce actions that mirror those of individual praxis. This raises questions about the limits of dialectical reasoning when applied to collective behavior. Quote 267. The mode of regroupment and organization is not fundamentally different according to whether it depends on centralization from above or on a spontaneous liquidation of seriality within the series itself and on the common organization which follows. Sartre argues that regardless of whether an organization is imposed from above or arises spontaneously from within, the basic structure of organizing and regrouping remains fundamentally the same. This statement challenges the common view that democratic self-organization is inherently different from hierarchical organization. Quote 268. These relations of reciprocity are exactly the reverse of the suggested Gestaltist syntheses. They establish themselves through a practical recognition within action, on the tacit basis of the pledge. Sartre explains that the dynamics within a group do not emerge from some spontaneous organic synthesis. Instead, they arise from reciprocal relationships formed through practical actions. These interactions are based on an implicit agreement or pledge, illustrating how group cohesion is built on concrete practices rather than abstract unity. Quote 269. The organization selects its organizers. It may reject or reabsorb them, but it is undeniable that, generally speaking, it preserves them in their role by means of the pledge which supports function by adopting passivity. Sartre suggests that within a group, organizers are not simply appointed. They are chosen and maintained by the group itself through an implicit commitment. This selection and preservation of leaders occur because the group accepts a form of passivity, relying on the organizer to articulate and guide its common praxis. Quote 270. But two important points should be noted. On the one hand, this democracy is really fraternity terror, that is to say, it is actually based on violence. Here, Sartre highlights that even in forms of democratic organization, underlying elements of violence and coercion play a role in maintaining unity. This dynamic of fraternity terror contrasts sharply with the idealized notion of democratic self-organization, revealing the tension between collective solidarity and the enforcement of conformity. Quote 271. The group can define its common action only through the mediation of an individual designation. Sartre asserts that for a group to articulate and direct its collective actions, it requires an individual to serve as a mediator. This individual, whether a leader or organizer, becomes the focal point through which the group's intentions are expressed and operationalized, indicating the necessity of personal agency within collective praxis. Quote 272. In order finally to achieve these supra-individual results, it must allow itself to be determined by the unifying unity of an individual praxis. Sartre notes that for results that go beyond individual capabilities, it must still rely on an individual's praxis to provide unity and direction. This dependence on individual agency reveals the paradox of collective action. While aiming for supra-individual outcomes, the group's cohesion depends on the guidance of a singular praxis. Quote 273. The difference between a regulatory third party and a leader is that one is in charge and the other is not. Sartre distinguishes between a leader and a regulatory third party in an organized group. A leader has command and authority, while a regulatory third party influences the group without directly exercising control. This difference highlights the various ways power and direction can manifest within a group, shaping its structure and actions. Quote 274. An organization does not reproduce an organism, but is meant to be an improvement on it by means of human invention. Sartre argues that an organization is not a mere replication of a biological organism. Instead, it represents a human-made structure designed to surpass natural limitations. Through coordinated and deliberate actions, organizations achieve more complex and adaptable outcomes than an individual organism, revealing the ingenuity and innovation inherent in human collective efforts. Quote 275. Thus, the individual cannot achieve the common objective on his own, but he can conceive it, signify it, and, through it, signify the reorganization of the group. This quote illustrates the crucial role of the individual in group praxis. While an individual alone cannot fulfill the group's goals, they can conceptualize and communicate these objectives. Through this process, the individual guides the reorganization of the group, showing how personal agency contributes to collective action. Quote 276. In such communities, everything is a common task, and the individual as such apparently dissolves in a small subgroup, and then reciprocities exist only between subgroups. Sartre describes how, in complex organizations, individuals seem to lose their distinct identities as they integrate into smaller subgroups. Within this structure, interactions and reciprocal relations primarily occur between subgroups rather than individual members, highlighting how organizational complexity shifts the dynamics of collective praxis. Quote 277. The contradiction is in the object. It manifests itself spontaneously, and it explodes in the final synthesis all the more violently if the synthesis neglects one term in favor of another. Sartre emphasizes that contradictions within an organized group's objectives are inherent to the problems they address. If a group's synthesis or solution ignores one aspect of these contradictions, it can lead to more severe conflicts. This statement reveals the delicate balance needed in collective problem-solving to address all elements of a contradiction effectively. Quote 278. The mediation of the individual was necessary in order to carry the objective contradiction into the group. but the common being in the group was necessary in order to restore the virulence of the contradiction through personal conflict. Here, Sartre explores the complex role of individuals in a group's dynamics. While individuals are essential in introducing contradictions into the group's discourse, the group itself revitalizes these contradictions through interpersonal conflicts. This interaction between individual mediation and collective struggle shapes the group's praxis. Quote 279. Thought as praxis is a mediation of the practical organism and of the free, constituent dialectic between these inert relations and the final objectification. Sartre portrays thought as an active process that mediates between the static structures within an organization and the evolving goals of the group. This mediation allows the group to transcend existing contradictions and move towards its objectives, highlighting the centrality of thought in shaping collective action. Quote 280. The subgroup then becomes simply the synthetic unity of its own divisions. That is to say, it realizes, through its dissensions, the objective contradictions which the whole group derives from its situation. Sartre explains that subgroups within an organization embody the group's internal conflicts. By synthesizing their internal divisions, these subgroups reflect the broader contradictions faced by the entire group. This process enables the group to explore and potentially resolve its objective contradictions. Quote 281. Finding a solution is the synthetic individual relation between structures brought together in living syntheses and the structural relations rearranged in response to this synthesis, in a practical field rent by contradictory exigencies. Sartre describes the act of problem-solving within a group as a dynamic process. It involves integrating various structures into a coherent whole while adapting the group's internal relationships to address conflicting demands. This synthesis reflects how individuals navigate and shape the group's practical challenges. Quote 282. Intellectual agreement about a scientific truth is always possible between an employer and one of his workers. But if a welder and the owner of a shipyard are both convinced of the truth of Archimedes' principle, each of their convictions is an other conviction because it exists in a divided society. Sartre points out that even when individuals from different social classes agree on a scientific truth, their understanding is fundamentally different due to the societal divide. The agreement remains superficial because their positions within the economic system create an underlying opposition. This indicates that intellectual consensus does not eliminate the deeper social and political conflicts that separate individuals. Quote 283. The appearance of a solution commits everyone much more totally and much more concretely than any agreement. Sartre suggests that when a group collectively arrives at a solution, it binds all members in a more profound way than a mere intellectual agreement. This is because finding a solution involves active participation and commitment to the process, making the group's unity more concrete and substantial than a passive consensus. Quote 284. The concrete truth is much simpler than the two mistaken interpretations between which we constantly vacillate. The actual process of discovering the solution still belongs to the process of common division. Sartre argues that the process of finding a solution within a group is more straightforward than often imagined. It emerges from the group's ongoing internal divisions and struggles. This dynamic process involves the resolution of contradictions through collective efforts, rather than being the outcome of a singular act of synthesis or multiple identical processes. Quote 285. The truth in its original sense, therefore, as sociality and within an integrated group, is the elimination of all alterity. It realizes integration through the mediation of a regulatory third party. Sartre defines truth in a group context as the process of eliminating otherness to achieve integration. This unity is often mediated by a regulatory third party, who helps bring together the group's divergent elements into a coherent whole. This suggests that collective truth arises not from isolated individual realizations, but through the group's synthesis of differences. Quote 286. The group is haunted by organicist significations because it is subject to this rigid law. If it were to achieve organic unity, which is impossible, it would therefore be a hyperorganism. Sartre notes that while groups often aspire to an organic unity similar to that of a living organism, such a state is unattainable. If a group could reach this level, it would become a hyperorganism with perfect internal cohesion. However, this ideal remains an illusion, as groups are perpetually shaped by ongoing dialectical processes and internal contradictions. Quote 287. But the synthetic bonds of reciprocity are here reduced to their simplest expression. Reciprocity designates the comprehension of the other as the same as mine, insofar as mine is the same as his. In this quote, Sartre describes the essence of reciprocity in a group context as the mutual recognition of each other's experiences as fundamentally identical. This basic form of reciprocity involves seeing one's own understanding mirrored in others, emphasizing the shared nature of group comprehension. Quote 288. The individual performance realizes nothing, but everyone realizes himself as the same by realizing it. Sartre explains that individual actions within a group do not produce an independent reality, but serve as a means for each member to align with the group's shared objective. Through their performance, individuals experience themselves as part of a collective unity, reinforcing the sense of being integrated into the group's common praxis. Quote 289. Now, these new characteristics do not prevent it from being situated, and consequently, they do not prevent external transformations from giving rise to contingency in its organization. Sartre acknowledges that while a group may develop new internal structures and characteristics, it remains subject to external influences. These external changes can introduce unpredictability and contingency within the group's organization, demonstrating that even complex groups cannot fully escape the impact of their surrounding environment. Quote 290. Common praxis lacks the translucidity of individual praxis. First of all, it is obvious that the fundamental reason is its adopted inertia. Sartre asserts that collective action is less transparent than individual action due to the group's inherent inertia. This inertia, which arises from the group's shared structures and limitations, becomes a form of external constraint on each member's freedom, obscuring the clarity and spontaneity found in individual praxis. Quote 291. The group constitutes itself through labor as a tool for producing a dialectical praxis, though this dialectic, forged through organization, is constituted by the free dialectical actions of the organic individual and is modeled on them. Here, Sartre explains that a group forms and organizes itself through collective labor. While the group's actions are guided by a dialectical process, they originate from the free actions of individuals. Thus, the group's praxis reflects the individual's actions, demonstrating how collective efforts are rooted in personal agency. Quote 292. The problem of dialectical rationality as constituted reason arises at the most basic level of integration, that of common action against multiplicity. Sartre identifies a fundamental problem in how a group can unify diverse elements into a coherent whole. The challenge lies in how the group's dialectical reasoning can integrate individual differences into a singular, coordinated action, highlighting the tension between unity and multiplicity in group dynamics. Quote 293. Whichever group is considered today, it takes no more than a strike affecting the post office or telecommunications for practical unity to be temporarily broken. Sartre emphasizes the fragility of group unity, which can be easily disrupted by external events. In this case, a strike in an essential service can break down the group's operational coherence, revealing how dependent collective praxis is on the functioning of external systems and how quickly it can be thrown into disarray. Quote 294. The common individual subsists. He is the pledge and habits in everyone. But in the new situation, he tends to reduce himself to a purely negative determination, a handicap of inertia. In times of disruption, the collective identity of the group's members remains, but it becomes limited to a state of inertia. The individual, once actively part of the group's unity, now experiences a form of passivity or restriction, embodying the group's inability to adapt fluidly to the new circumstances. Quote 295. But it should be noted that this facticity, unlike basic facticity, does not present itself as a special biological determination of unworked materiality, but rather as a contingent determination of the practico-inert field. Sartre distinguishes between the natural, inherent characteristics of things, basic facticity, and the contingent factors that shape the group's reality. The group's challenges arise not from biological limitations, but from the practical constraints of their environment, which affect their actions and decisions. Quote 296. The peculiarities of organized praxis are that it is constituted by a pyramid of inertias, both external and internal, and that the object of any apparatus appears as an external-internal inertia and must be treated as such. Sartre describes organized praxis as being built on multiple layers of inertia, both within the group and outside it. These inertias must be managed and mediated for the group to function effectively. This complex interplay of internal and external forces defines the nature of collective action within an organized structure. Quote 297. The group uses up part of its energy in maintaining itself in a state of relative fluidity. Sartre explains that a group must expend effort to keep itself adaptable and flexible. This maintenance is crucial for preventing stagnation and preserving the group's capacity to respond to changing circumstances. However, it also reveals the constant tension within the group between stability and change. Quote 298. In the group as common praxis, the pledged inertias are the forever concealed and veiled mediation between organic activities. Sartre asserts that in a group's collective action, the adopted inertias, agreements and structures that guide behavior, serve as hidden mediators between individual actions. These mediators are not directly visible in the group's activities, yet they fundamentally shape the group's direction and coherence. Quote 299. Common praxis in its purity is understood on the model of organic praxis, that is to say, as the individual action of a community in the light of a common aim. Sartre asserts that collective action, common praxis, is best comprehended by likening it to individual action within an organism. In this model, every group member acts with a shared goal in mind, creating a unified, purposeful movement. This analogy emphasizes that, despite the complexity of group actions, they retain the characteristics of individual endeavors directed toward a common objective. Quote 300. However, translucidity is effaced as a function of complexity. Structures, law, and terror contain no mystery. These new determinations do not contain any opacity, and it is both possible and necessary to produce them dialectically in the explanation. Sartre suggests that as groups grow more complex, their internal structures become less transparent. Despite this increasing complexity, these structures, including laws and regulations, are not inherently mysterious. They can and must be understood through dialectical analysis, indicating that the opacity of group dynamics can be unraveled through careful examination. Quote 301. Praxis remains fundamentally individual because it is constituted as the same, that is to say, as the directed exploitation of multiplicity without parts. Sartre asserts that even within a group, praxis retains its fundamentally individual character. This is because individual actions are directed toward utilizing the group's multiplicity as a unified whole. Thus, collective actions are an aggregate of individual praxes aimed at achieving a common goal, reinforcing the idea that group unity is built upon the singular efforts of its members. Quote 302. It is at this level that explanations will be found of such matters as the aging of one part, and the effect of scarcity on the possibilities open to a group. Sartre indicates that the group's internal dynamics, such as its structure aging or experiencing resource scarcity, significantly impact its overall functioning. These factors shape the group's capacity to adapt and pursue its objectives, emphasizing that the group's evolution is influenced by internal and external constraints. Quote 303. There is no ontologically common praxis. There are practical individuals constructing their multiplicity as an object on the basis of which everyone can perform his task. Sartre argues that there is no intrinsic collective action independent of individuals. Rather, it is the practical efforts of individuals that build a sense of commonality. Each person contributes to constructing a shared reality, thereby enabling every member to fulfill their role within the group's overarching goals. Quote 304. The whole of this practical development produces undeniable results. In other words, it constitutes the first abstract determination of history as such. This quote highlights how collective praxis, through its actions and achievements, forms the basis of historical development. These outcomes, whether revolutions or social movements, represent the first step in defining history in its abstract form, demonstrating how the practical activities of groups contribute to the shaping of historical reality. Quote 305. The complex intelligibility of the constituted dialectic therefore arises from the fact that organic praxis in everyone works, with all, on multiplicity as a practico-inert determination, so as to make it an instrument allowing action to become common while remaining individual. Sartre explains that the group's dialectical nature becomes clear when recognizing how individual praxis collectively transforms multiplicity into a tool for unified action. This process allows group activities to be perceived as common, while still retaining their individual character, highlighting the interplay between personal efforts and collective unity. Quote 306. It is at this level, I think, that it is possible to grasp the strange circular conflict, where all synthesis is impossible, which is the untranscendable contradiction of history, the opposition and identity of the individual and the common. Sartre points out a fundamental contradiction within history, where the individual and the collective both oppose and embody each other. This paradox arises because individual actions and group efforts are intertwined in a way that prevents complete synthesis. The inherent tension between personal agency and collective unity forms an ongoing conflict within historical processes. Quote 307. Taylor was, without any doubt, the first of what we now call organization men. His aim was to increase output by eliminating wasted time. Sartre introduces the concept of Taylorism, which represents the effort to enhance productivity by optimizing labor processes. By dissecting tasks into specific timed operations, Taylorism transformed how work was structured. However, this approach also led to the fragmentation of individual actions, changing the nature of labor from an organic process to one governed by efficiency and external control. Quote 308. The reification of work is undeniable. It is simply a consequence of exploitation. What is striking is that this reified labor, insofar as it is the praxis of everyone, regains its synthetic character as a free determination of the practical field in inorganic matter. Sartre argues that the objectification of labor, a result of exploitation, strips work of its organic unity. Despite this, when labor becomes a collective praxis, it can reclaim a synthetic character. In this form, labor represents a freely determined interaction with the material world, showing how collective efforts can reframe the essence of work even under exploitative conditions. Quote 309. In automation, however, praxis becomes pure process, and, with Taylorism, it becomes semi-passivity. These transformations are crucial, but they always occur below the level of the final objectification. Here, Sartre describes how automation and Taylorism alter the nature of work. Automation turns praxis into a mere process, while Taylorism reduces it to a form of semi-passivity. Despite these changes, the fundamental nature of labor as an objectifying force remains intact, illustrating how different modes of production shape but do not completely redefine the ultimate goal of labor. Quote 310. But it should be remembered that the deskilling brought about by Taylorism is soon followed by a second moment, that of specialized machines. Sartre notes that after Taylorism breaks down labor into basic, repetitive tasks, the next stage involves the use of specialized machines. This shift not only changes the worker's role to one of overseeing machines, but also signifies a deeper transformation in how labor is organized, highlighting the evolving relationship between human praxis and mechanical processes. Quote 311. It both seeks this unity and negates it by the very means which ought to establish it, and at the same time it realizes it by this very means in its objectification. Sartre observes that while a group aims to achieve unity, it simultaneously undermines that unity through the methods it employs. Despite this contradiction, the group still manages to manifest unity in its outcomes. This process illustrates the complex and often contradictory nature of collective praxis, where efforts to integrate can lead to fragmentation, yet still produce cohesive results. Quote 3-12. The group both seeks and negates in its being the only translucent unity of active integration, that is to say, the unity of which the only example is the organism. Sartre suggests that groups aspire to a clear organic unity, similar to that of a living organism. However, in the pursuit of this unity, they also negate it through their actions. This dual nature of seeking and denying unity within the group highlights the inherent tension in organized efforts to integrate diverse elements into a single cohesive entity. Quote 313. The individual schema contains within itself everything that comes to man through man, with the exception of seriality. It is the practical category par excellence. Sartre emphasizes that the individual schema, or model of action, encompasses all aspects of human interactions except for the concept of seriality. This makes it the quintessential practical category, suggesting that individual praxis is central to understanding human activities within the broader framework of collective efforts. Quote 314. The group derives its unity from outside through others, and in this initial form, its unity exists as other. Sartre explains that a group's unity is not inherent, but comes from external factors, particularly through its relation to others. This external unity defines the group as an other in relation to the non-grouped, shaping its identity and purpose based on how it is perceived and interacts with those outside of it. Quote 3-15. The initial unity of the non-combatants is the unity of those who suffer their seriality. And this seriality, conceived as suffered, as socialized impotence, amounts to the beginnings of a recognition of recurrence and of alterity. Sartre suggests that within a collective struggle, the non-combatants find their unity in the shared experience of passivity and helplessness. This feeling of socialized impotence becomes the foundation for understanding their collective identity and the differences among them, as well as their role in the broader conflict. Quote 316. The customer will discover, as such, the active unity of men and instruments in the service. On this occasion, unity is created in another sense, as the dissolution of instrumentality and multiplicity in the act. Sartre describes how an individual interacting with a group, such as a customer using a public service, perceives a unity between people and tools. In this interaction, the separation between instruments and individual actions dissolves, creating a sense of collective operation and service. Quote 317. The group is totally conditioned in a form for which it was not prepared by the practico-inert field which it attempts to modify. Sartre acknowledges that while groups aim to change their environment, they are themselves shaped and constrained by the existing conditions. This interplay illustrates the group's ongoing struggle to navigate and transform the practico-inert field, revealing the tension between intention and circumstance. Quote 318. This second freedom is not transparent individual praxis. It is common freedom, determined by its limits, grasped by a freedom which is common to every user, despite its preserved seriality. Sartre discusses the nature of collective freedom, which is distinct from individual freedom. This common freedom is defined by its constraints and is understood through the shared experience of all participants. It operates within the context of the group's seriality, showing how collective freedom is bounded and shaped by collective circumstances. Quote 3b19. He makes himself for all what all make him, namely, the non-specified embodiment of a centralized mass revolutionary party. Sartre explores how an individual within a group, such as a militant in a political party, becomes an embodiment of the collective identity. The individual adopts the role and persona assigned by the group's perception, effectively becoming a representative of the entire organization, losing their personal distinctions in favor of the group's larger identity. Quote 320. The militant finds himself constrained by this practical separation, to which he is subjected by the human environment, to interiorize this relation between the inessential and the essential and between the part and the whole. Sartre notes that the militant, due to the separation enforced by their environment, internalizes the relationship between their individual insignificance and the group's essential purpose. This internalization highlights the struggle between being a mere part of the collective and embodying the group's totality, reflecting the complexity of individual and group dynamics. Mediated Quote 321. Reciprocity in the group constitutes the unity of the practical community as a perpetual detotalization engendered by the totalizing movement. Sartre describes how the ongoing interactions within a group create a sense of unity. This unity, however, is in a constant state of detotalization, meaning that it is never fully complete or fixed. The group's totalizing movement continuously challenges and redefines this unity, illustrating the dynamic and fluid nature of collective life. Quote 322. The group realizes itself as the first historical mediation between the practico-inert and practical freedom as sociality. Sartre explains that the group serves as a mediator between static conditions, the practico-inert, and the active realization of freedom. This mediation is a key historical process, whereby the group transforms passive states into active social practices, thereby shaping and influencing historical developments. Quote 323. Everyone pledges himself to remain the same. This pledge occasions a first contradiction in that it becomes the basis of the heterogeneity of functions. Sartre points out that while group members commit to maintaining a shared identity, this very pledge introduces a contradiction. It leads to the development of different roles and functions within the group, highlighting the tension between the group's desire for unity and the diversity required for its operation. Quote 324. The individuals coming to the group and the permanent act of totalization which is carried out by and for everyone in various forms, and through the complex evolution of the group in action. Sartre indicates that an individual's integration into the group is a dynamic process involving constant redefinition and totalization. This process occurs through various forms and reflects the evolving nature of the group, showing how individual participation is both a product of and a contributor to the group's continuous development. Quote 325. The structure of the regulatory act is complex. It is, in a sense, a limited affirmation of sovereignty. Here, Sartre suggests that actions within a group that guide or regulate others represent a form of sovereignty. However, this sovereignty is limited, as it operates within the group's collective framework. This complexity reveals the balance between individual influence and group control in guiding collective action. Quote 326. Freedom is a complete dialectical development, and we have seen how it can become alienated or bogged down or allow itself to be caught by the traps of the other. Sartre describes freedom as an ongoing dialectical process that can be hindered or restricted. He notes that freedom within a group can become alienated by external influences or internal dynamics, showing how collective and individual freedoms are intertwined and subject to various forms of constraint. Quote 327. The being one of the group does exist. It is pledged inertia, the same in everyone, that is to say, one's own freedom become other through the mediation of the other. Sartre asserts that the group's unity, or being one, stems from the collective pledge, a kind of inertia shared among all members. This unity transforms individual freedom into something different, mediated through the presence and influence of others within the group, reflecting the interplay between personal and collective identities. Quote 328. This untranscendable conflict between the individual and the common, which oppose and define each other, and each of which returns into the other as its profound truth, is naturally manifested in new contradictions within the organized group. Sartre explains that there is a fundamental conflict between individual identity and collective unity within an organized group. This conflict, inherent and inescapable, gives rise to ongoing contradictions as the group attempts to balance personal freedom with collective goals. The group's internal dynamics are shaped by this tension, resulting in constant redefinitions of roles and purposes. Quote 329. If we look at it closely, we can see that the basis of terror is the fact that the group has not and cannot have the ontological statute which it claims in its praxis. Sartre points out that the roots of terror within a group lie in the disparity between the group's self-perception and its actual existence. The group claims a certain level of unity and coherence in its actions, but in reality, this ideal is unattainable. This discrepancy creates an inherent unease and fear, driving the group to enforce stricter practices of integration. Quote 330. The conflict between the essential and inessential is not at all theoretical. It is a permanent danger both for the group and for the common individual. Sartre emphasizes that the struggle between what is considered essential and inessential within a group is not just a theoretical debate. It poses an ongoing threat to both the collective's unity and the identity of the individual members. This danger continually tests the group's integrity and challenges the roles and significance of its participants. Quote 331. He is a determinate function, power, and competence. The practical relation with this contradictory being, freedom becoming a legal claim through the transcendence of free, pledged inertia, is juridical and ceremonious. Sartre describes how individuals within a group assume specific functions and roles, governed by formal rules and rituals. This relationship is contradictory because it involves the transformation of individual freedom into structured obligations, revealing the tension between personal autonomy and the group's need for order and regulation. Quote 332. No individual is essential to a group which is coherent, well integrated, and smoothly organized. But when anyone realizes the mediation between the common individual, he reaffirms his essentiality in opposition to the group. Sartre asserts that in a well-organized group, no single individual is indispensable. However, when an individual acts as a mediator between the group's collective identity and its objectives, they momentarily assert their significance against the collective. This act of mediation highlights the individual's unique role within the group, even as it contrasts with the group's broader unity. Quote 333. This interiorization of separation gives rise to the fear that the group may be dissolved, as inessential, in the essentiality of individual actions. Sartre explains that individuals internalize their sense of separation within the group, which leads to the fear that the group's existence could be undermined by the prominence of individual actions. This fear reflects the ongoing struggle to maintain collective unity while acknowledging individual contributions. Quote 334. Every day, each of them adopted an inert alterity by repeatedly pledging himself to be other than those others, those enemies who, frozen in inertia, regard him as the other. Sartre suggests that within groups, individuals take on a fixed identity by committing themselves against perceived enemies. This repeated pledge creates an inert alterity, meaning that individuals become defined by their opposition to others, solidifying their roles through a process of differentiation and opposition. Quote 335. Far from realizing its unity through its committee's efforts to unify it, the convention became an object at precisely the point when totalization broke against recurrence. Here, Sartre observes that attempts to unify the group, the convention, did not result in genuine cohesion. Instead, the group became an object of its internal conflicts, with unity breaking down due to recurring disputes. This indicates how the pursuit of unity can sometimes expose underlying fractures within the group. Quote 336. Terror begins after the purge. Sartre argues that the attempt to cleanse a group of dissent, a purge, does not bring peace or unity, but rather initiates a state of terror. This occurs because, even after removing opposition, fear and suspicion remain, creating an atmosphere of ongoing tension and distrust within the group. Quote 337. The contradiction is integration terror is supposed to eliminate the other, but the other is indestructible. Sartre points out a fundamental contradiction within the use of terror to enforce unity. While terror seeks to eradicate differences and enforce conformity, the other, those who embody alterity, cannot truly be destroyed. The presence of opposition or difference is an inherent aspect of the group, making the elimination of the other an impossible task. Quote 338. The group creates itself in order to create and destroys itself by creating itself. Sartre encapsulates the paradox of group dynamics. The group forms itself with the goal of creating something meaningful or achieving a collective objective. However, in the process of establishing itself and solidifying its structures, it simultaneously lays the groundwork for its own potential disintegration. The mechanisms of creation inherently carry the seeds of destruction. Quote 339. Everyone constitutes action as freedom itself in the form of terror imperative. Sartre explains that, in a group governed by terror, members perceive their actions as the embodiment of freedom. However, this freedom is experienced as an imperative, enforced through fear and the expectation of conformity. This suggests that within the dynamics of terror, freedom becomes redefined as strict adherence to collective demands. Quote 340. The group creates common unity, and since the group requires the ontological statute in proportion as a revival of seriality threatens to dissolve it. Everyone's reciprocal work consists in projecting ontological unity into practical unity. Sartre suggests that the group strives to maintain a sense of unified identity, especially when the risk of fragmentation threatens its existence. Members work together to transform this abstract unity into a concrete, practical form, making the group's collective action appear cohesive and directed, even when internal differences persist. Quote 341. Praxis becomes the being and the essence of the group. In praxis, it will produce its men as inorganic instruments, which it requires in order to develop. Sartre explains that collective action, praxis, forms the core of the group's existence, shaping its members into tools for furthering the group's objectives. In this process, individuals become instruments of the group's will, subordinating their personal identities to fulfill the group's evolving needs and goals. Quote 342. An institution cannot result from a free determination of practice by itself, and if practice readopts the institution as a defense against terror, it does so insofar as its petrification is a metamorphosis which has been induced, and whose origin is elsewhere. Sartre argues that institutions do not arise solely from spontaneous, free actions. When collective practices re-establish institutions as a means of defense, it reflects a transformation influenced by external forces. The rigidity of institutions, therefore, originates outside of individual or group agency, revealing how practices can be shaped by broader contexts. Quote 343. The practice becomes an institution as soon as the group, as a unity which has been eroded by alterity, becomes powerless to change it without completely disrupting itself. Sartre points out that a practice turns into an institution when the group can no longer alter it without risking its own dissolution. This transition reflects the group's loss of flexibility and the solidification of certain practices into fixed structures, which persist even when the group faces internal conflicts and changing circumstances. Quote 344. In a degraded group, every proposal is divisive, and its proposer is suspect, because he offers a glimpse of his freedom, and a divider. Sartre notes that within a group that has become rigid and institutionalized, any new suggestion is viewed with suspicion. The person proposing change is seen as a threat because their actions reveal an assertion of individual freedom, potentially challenging the existing unity and stability of the group. Quote 345. The being of the institution, as the geometrical locus of intersections of the collective and the common, is the non-being of the group, produced as a bond between its members. Sartre describes the institution as a space where collective and shared aspects of the group intersect. This being of the institution, however, also represents the non-being of the group itself, emphasizing that institutions form when the group's unity becomes more abstract and less tied to the active engagement of its members. Quote 346. Freedom is completely hidden, or else appears as the inessential and ephemeral slave of necessity. Sartre illustrates how, within an institutionalized group, individual freedom becomes suppressed. When freedom does manifest, it appears secondary to the group's perceived necessity, serving only fleetingly before being subsumed by the established order, indicating the struggle between personal agency and structural constraints. Quote 347. The institutional system, including the coercion which maintains it, depends on the original reciprocal impotence of every third party in relation to every other and through his relations to all. Sartre suggests that institutions rely on a fundamental powerlessness among group members. This reciprocal impotence means that individuals within the institution cannot easily challenge the established order, which in turn perpetuates the institution's power and the collective's passivity. Quote 348. The institution will produce its agents, organizers and organized, by giving them institutional determinations in advance, and institutionalized agents will then reciprocally identify themselves in their relations of directed alterity with the practical system of institutional relations. Sartre states that institutions predefine the roles of individuals, shaping them into either organizers or the organized. These roles become self-reinforcing, as individuals internalize their institutional identities, aligning themselves with the established system and perpetuating the institution's structure. Quote 349. Sovereignty is simply the univocal relation of interiority between the individual as praxis and the objective field which he organizes and transcends towards his own end. Sartre suggests that sovereignty is not an external power, but rather the internal relation between an individual and their actions. This relationship allows the individual to shape and transcend their environment according to their goals. Sovereignty, therefore, is rooted in human praxis and the capacity to act within and transform one's surroundings. Quote 350. In the group, as a unity which has been eroded by alterity, becoming powerless to change it without completely disrupting itself. Sartre points out that a group becomes institutionalized when it loses the ability to change its practices without risking its own existence. This rigidity occurs because the group's internal dynamics have been solidified to the point where alteration would threaten the group's fundamental unity, illustrating how institutions resist transformation. Quote 351. The sovereign can make use of the means of communication because he has sole responsibility for communication. Sartre states that the sovereign, or leader, has exclusive control over communication within the group. This control allows them to shape the narrative, direct the group's actions, and ensure that all information is filtered through their perspective. The monopoly on communication is a crucial aspect of maintaining power within institutionalized structures. Quote 352. everyone makes himself quasi-sovereign, and this determination in interiority of the regulatory third party, as a transition from the other to the same, is a fundamental structure of praxis as community. Sartre explains that within a group, each member adopts a quasi-sovereign role, balancing their individuality and the collective identity. This internal shift reflects the group's structure, where members navigate their positions between being distinct, the other, and part of a unified whole, the same. This interplay forms the basis of community praxis. Quote 353. Embodiment, as a fact of sovereignty, the production of the group by the group in the form of this particular person, with these individual characteristics, these ailments, this irreducible physiognomy, and of this particular age, is the manifestation of a constitutional impossibility. Sartre describes how a leader or sovereign embodying the group's unity represents an inherent contradiction. The group's attempt to incarnate its collective identity in a single individual reflects an impossible ideal. This process reveals how the collective seeks an ontological unity that it cannot fully realize, as it ultimately depends on the uniqueness and limitations of an individual to symbolize the whole. Quote 354. The sovereign is produced by terror, and he has to become the agent responsible for it. Everyone abandons mistrust in favor of the untranscendable third party, on the understanding that he will express everyone's mistrust of everyone. Sartre explains that the sovereign's power arises from a climate of fear. People relinquish their mutual suspicion and defer to the sovereign, who then embodies and enforces that very distrust on their behalf. This dynamic underlines the role of the leader in managing and directing the group's collective anxieties, often through authoritarian control. Quote 355. The group is legitimate because it has produced itself by a pledge in the synthetic milieu of practical freedom, that is to say, in the milieu which rejects the gathering on principle. Sartre states that a group's legitimacy stems from its self-creation through a collective pledge. This commitment to unity exists in an environment of practical freedom, setting the group apart from mere gatherings. The pledge serves as an act of mutual recognition and dedication, which defines the group's identity and purpose. Quote 356. Society, which our dialectical investigation has, up to this moment of its development, approached only very abstractly, thus yields up its highly formal and indeterminate structure. Sartre suggests that society, when examined through a dialectical lens, reveals a complex structure that is both formal and vague. This structure emerges from various human interactions, needs, and historical developments, highlighting the fluid and multifaceted nature of social organization. Quote 357. The state is therefore primarily a group which is constantly reorganizing itself and altering its composition by means of a partial, discontinuous, or continuous renewal of its members. Sartre emphasizes that the state is an ever-changing entity, reshaping itself through the ongoing replacement and adaptation of its members. This constant reorganization reflects the state's need to respond to internal and external pressures, maintaining its stability while adapting to new circumstances. Quote 358. Sovereignty does not rise from the collective to the sovereign. On the contrary, sovereignty, as command, as a phantom of unity, or as the legitimacy of freedom, descends through the sovereign to modify collectives without changing their structure of passivity. Sartre argues that sovereignty is not an emergent property from the collective. Instead, it is imposed by the sovereign, influencing the group without fundamentally altering its passive nature. This illustrates how power and authority often shape social structures from the top down, maintaining control over the collective's dynamics. Quote 359. The real contradiction of the state is that it is a class apparatus pursuing class objectives and, at the same time, positing itself for itself as the sovereign unity of all. Sartre highlights the inherent contradiction within the state. While it functions as a tool for specific class interests, it also presents itself as a unifying force representing the interests of society as a whole. This dual role creates tension within the state's operations, as it tries to balance its class-based objectives with the image of serving a universal common good. Quote 360. The praxis of the sovereign group therefore consists in conditioning everyone by acting on the others. Sartre suggests that the actions of a dominant group, or sovereign, focus on influencing individuals by manipulating their interactions with others. The goal is to shape people's behaviors and thoughts through indirect means, creating a sense of unity or conformity within the group. This conditioning allows the sovereign to maintain control over the collective by reinforcing patterns of thinking and acting through the influence of others. Quote 361. The institution, on the other hand, insofar as it preserves the exigencies of terror and of violence, demands force and legitimates it. Here, Sartre points out that institutions inherently rely on elements of fear and violence to maintain their authority. By preserving a state of tension or terror, the institution justifies the use of force to ensure order and obedience. This reveals how institutions can normalize the use of coercion as a means of preserving their structure and power. Quote 362. The sovereign is born of circular recurrence and arises as an obstacle within it, and the relational system which constitutes the skeleton of his practical devices implies a constant incurvation of recurrence. Sartre describes the emergence of a leader, or sovereign, as a result of ongoing cycles within the group. This leader embodies both the product and the obstruction of these cycles. The leader's strategies and actions become a framework that continuously shapes and redirects the group's dynamics, showing how authority forms and sustains itself within collective praxis. Quote 363. By this double petrification, they mean either to eliminate change or to control it, depending on the case. Sartre suggests that institutions aim to either eradicate change entirely or tightly regulate it. This petrification refers to how structures become fixed and resistant to alteration, preserving their current state to maintain control. This strategy ensures that any potential shifts within the institution happen on its own terms. Quote 364. The paralysis of the system necessarily rises from the series which are led to the top, the sovereign alone, whether a small group or an individual, remaining unaffected. Sartre points out that institutional paralysis originates from the lower levels of the hierarchy. Those at the top remain relatively immune to this stagnation, allowing them to maintain their authority. The inability of lower levels to effect change contributes to the overall rigidity of the institution, which ultimately preserves the sovereign's power. Quote 365. The impotence of the masses is the support of sovereignty, and sovereignty undertakes to manipulate them by means of mechanical laws, that is to say, of other direction. Here, Sartre argues that the powerlessness of the masses forms the foundation of sovereignty. The sovereign maintains control by guiding the actions of the masses through rigid, impersonal rules. This manipulation reinforces the hierarchy, using the masses' lack of agency to sustain the institution's authority. Quote 366. The only effect of the determinations which it directly produces within inert gatherings is that it transfers them, in a given place and situation, from the serial level to that of an other-directed zone. Sartre explains that institutional interventions do not create real change, but merely shift people from passive seriality into a different form of control. By redirecting individuals into managed zones of other direction, the institution transforms them into components of its operational mechanism, maintaining the status quo under a different guise. Quote 367. Its form and dialectical meaning are obvious. The impotence of the masses is the support of sovereignty, and sovereignty undertakes to manipulate them by means of mechanical laws. Sartre clarifies that the essence of institutional power lies in the subjugation of the masses. The institution uses structured rules to direct and control the collective, relying on their passive compliance to uphold its sovereignty. This reveals the inherent contradiction within institutional power. It thrives on the very powerlessness it perpetuates. Quote 368. The internal contradictions of the socialist world bring out, through the immense progress that has been made, the objective exigency for debureaucratization, decentralization, and democratization. Sartre notes that the successes and internal tensions within socialist institutions highlight the need for reducing bureaucratic control. This progress exposes the necessity for more democratic and decentralized structures to avoid becoming bogged down by rigid, top-heavy power dynamics. These changes are crucial for aligning the institution's goals with the collective's aspirations. Quote 369. The group emerges from the more or less complete dissolution of collectives and in the unity of a common praxis. Sartre explains that a group forms when a collective breaks down and reconstitutes itself around a shared action or goal. This emergence indicates a shift from a loose association to a more unified body, driven by a collective praxis that defines its new identity and purpose. Quote 370. The objective reality of the group, its practical objectification, is the collective and the inorganic. This quote suggests that the group's existence becomes tangible and real when it materializes actions and interactions with the material world. The group's essence is thus not just its internal cohesion, but also how it manifests and influences external reality, solidifying its presence within society. Quote 371. The group was constituted in opposition to recurrence, and it becomes the means of determining a serial process through the knowledge and application of laws of alterity. Sartre notes that groups form to counter repetitive, unchanging patterns within collectives. However, once established, the group itself can create new serial processes by recognizing and applying differences, alterity. This reveals a paradox where the group's effort to break away from repetition can lead to the establishment of new structured patterns. Quote 372. Goals lose their teleological character. Without ceasing to be genuine goals, they become destinies. Sartre argues that within institutions, objectives shift from being actively pursued endpoints, teleological, to becoming predetermined outcomes, destinies. This change reflects how institutional practices often transform dynamic intentions into fixed, seemingly inevitable paths, reducing the sense of agency involved in achieving them. Quote 373. The dialectical investigation has shown sovereignty as an agent of petrification, and as a consequence an essential factor of increasing seriality. Sartre argues that sovereignty within a group tends to lead to rigidity, turning dynamic unity into something fixed and inflexible. This petrification is an important aspect of seriality, as it contributes to the formation of repetitive patterns that inhibit the group's ability to remain adaptive and transformative. Quote 374. The group defines and produces itself not only as an instrument, but also as a mode of existence. It posits itself for itself, in the strict determination of its transcendent task, as the free milieu of free human relations. This quote emphasizes the dual role of a group in defining itself both as a means to achieve specific goals and as a way of being. The group sees itself as a space for free human interaction, driven by its overarching objective. This self-definition is crucial to the group's identity and purpose. Quote 375. Thus, every pledged group, which forms freely at the expense of a series, necessarily relates in itself to some less differentiated structures and ultimately to the fused group, which is its fundamental form and its surety. Sartre suggests that every group, even when it emerges from a series through conscious effort and commitment, is still connected to more basic structures. The fused group represents its most fundamental form, serving as a foundation and assurance for its ongoing unity and purpose. Quote 376. The series infects the group with its passivity, and either the group interiorizes it and transforms it into instrumentality, or it is ultimately destroyed by it. Sartre observes that seriality, which represents passive and unorganized behavior, can infiltrate a group and threaten its active unity. The group must either absorb and repurpose this passivity into a functional tool or risk being dissolved by it. This illustrates the constant struggle within groups to overcome internal and external inertia. Quote 377. Alienation, as a real and strict process within the system, arises in and through alterity as infinite recurrence. Sartre describes alienation as an ongoing process embedded within social structures. It emerges through the repetitive recognition of otherness, or alterity, which perpetuates a cycle of estrangement between individuals and their collective conditions. This recurrence makes alienation a persistent feature of social reality. Quote 378. The transformation of a class into an actualized group has never actually occurred, even in revolutionary periods. Sartre asserts that despite periods of intense collective action, such as revolutions, the full realization of a social class into a unified, active group has never been achieved. This highlights the difficulty of sustaining group cohesion in the face of inherent social and historical complexities, suggesting that class unity remains an aspirational rather than a realized state. Quote 379. The group's reversion to the collective statute does not necessarily take any particular period of time. It is determined by the historical process as a whole and by the special features of the undertaking. Sartre explains that the transformation of a group back into a collective state can occur suddenly, influenced by historical circumstances and the unique nature of the group's mission. This reversion underscores the instability of group unity, which is always subject to the pressures of changing historical and social conditions. Quote 380. The impossibility, for a union of individuals, of transcending organic action as a strictly individual model is the basic condition of historical rationality. Sartre points out that groups cannot fully transcend individual organic actions, as collective efforts are always grounded in personal praxis. This limitation forms the foundation of historical rationality, as it acknowledges that history is shaped by both individual actions and the collective forms they take. Quote 381. The unity of the exploited class is in fact practical, but if it is maintained in opposition to it, it is given an inert support which makes it resemble a being. Sartre emphasizes that the unity of an exploited class, such as the working class, is primarily based on collective action. However, when this unity is maintained against its own internal contradictions, it assumes an inert quality, giving it the appearance of a fixed entity. This highlights how the struggle to preserve unity can paradoxically solidify and limit the group's dynamic nature. Quote 382. The practice of the trade union, as such, is produced on the basis of seriality, as class being. Sartre explains that trade unions operate within the framework of seriality, a form of existence marked by repetition and passivity. This serial nature shapes the union's actions and perspectives, reflecting the broader condition of the working class. The union's practices are therefore bound by this collective experience of seriality, influencing both its internal dynamics and its approach to struggle. Quote 383. If we pursue it, however, the process is in itself the most valuable of indices. It defines the working class's deep relation to itself. Sartre suggests that by delving deeper into the processes of class struggle, we can uncover crucial insights into how the working class understands and relates to itself. This process reveals the complexities of the working class's internal dynamics, including its relationship with institutions, wild groups, and the obstacles it faces in pursuit of unity. Quote 384. The working class can be said to be a developing totalization everywhere. Sartre emphasizes that the working class is engaged in an ongoing process of totalizing itself, meaning it is constantly striving to unify its diverse elements into a coherent whole. This process is not fixed, but evolves over time, influenced by internal struggles and the broader historical context, reflecting the class's efforts to define its identity and objectives. Quote 385. The totalization of the working class is therefore comprehensible. The synthetic action by which the situated witness or historian totalizes effectively does no more than reproduce a praxis of totalization towards various objectives on the basis of given conditions. Sartre indicates that understanding the working class as a totalizing force involves recognizing that its efforts to unify are grounded in practical actions and the conditions it faces. Historians or observers attempting to grasp this totalization are merely reflecting the class's own active pursuit of its goals within its particular historical circumstances. Quote 386. The impossibility of grasping the class in struggle as a total objectivity produces within it a negative external limit. Sartre points out that the inherent difficulty in fully comprehending the working class as a unified, objective entity creates a boundary that defines its struggle. This limitation means that the class's unity is always somewhat elusive, marked by a tension between its internal drive for totalization and the external forces that challenge its cohesion. Quote 387. The impossibility of grasping common action in terms of its multiplicity and passivities by means of a constituent dialectical comprehension, and, on a practical level, it indicates the risks of any common action, which it may itself produce, alienation, and the collapse into seriality. Sartre argues that common action, when viewed through the lens of dialectical reasoning, reveals the inherent difficulty of understanding its many facets and passive elements. This difficulty highlights the practical risks involved in collective actions, such as the potential for alienation and the dissolution of the group into seriality. Thus, common action is always threatened by its own complexity, risking fragmentation if not properly unified. Quote 388. Every class is both an interiorization and a transcendence of the material conditions which produced it and of the characteristics occasioned in it by the other. Sartre suggests that each social class not only internalizes its material circumstances, but also transcends them. This dual nature is shaped by the class's own conditions and by its interactions with opposing classes. The interplay between internalizing the conditions and striving to transcend them defines the class's existence and struggle. Quote 389. If the mode of production is the infrastructure of every society in human history, this is because labor, as a free, concrete operation, which becomes alienated in the collective, and which already produces itself as a transcendence of an earlier alienation to this collective, is the infrastructure of the practico-inert. Sartre asserts that labor forms the foundation of the social structure in history. Labor, while initially a free and direct activity, becomes alienated within the collective framework. This alienation is not static. It continually transcends previous forms of alienation, thus creating the conditions that shape society and its modes of production. Quote 390. In short, if analytical reason is to become economic reason without losing its rationality, it must be within dialectical reason, and as produced and supported by it. Sartre emphasizes that economic analysis, which typically focuses on quantitative relations, must be rooted in dialectical reasoning to remain rational. Without this foundation, economic thought becomes detached from the concrete human relations it attempts to describe. The connection to dialectical reason is crucial to comprehending the true nature of economic processes. Circularity, quote 391. As a structure of the social as a human product, produces its intelligibility through a double determination. Sartre explains that the social world, as a human creation, derives its meaning through a process of circularity. This structure involves a double determination, where social practices inscribe themselves into the material world while simultaneously reflecting and shaping human activities. This interplay creates a loop of actions and outcomes that define social intelligibility. Quote 392. Racism has to become a practice. It is not contemplation awakening the significations engraved on things. It is in itself self-justifying violence. Violence presenting itself as induced violence, counter-violence, and legitimate defense. Sartre describes racism as an active and self-justifying practice, rather than a passive observation. It frames its own violence as a defensive response, legitimizing itself by portraying others as threats. This dynamic creates a cycle of perceived and actual violence, reinforcing the oppressive structures within colonial contexts. Quote 393. Violence, as bourgeois excess, exists in the exploitation of the proletariat as an inherited relation of the dominant class to the dominated class. Sartre points out that violence is an inherent aspect of the relationship between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. This violence is not an isolated act, but a systemic, inherited dynamic within capitalist societies, where the dominant class perpetuates the exploitation of the working class, reinforcing social and economic inequalities. Quote 394. The violence of the rebel was the violence of the colonialist. There was never any other. Sartre asserts that the violence employed by those rebelling against colonial oppression is, in essence, a reflection of the colonialist's own violence. The struggle between the oppressed and the oppressors involves an internalization and mirroring of the original oppressive force, indicating that the acts of rebellion are a direct consequence of the colonizer's actions. Quote 395. Reciprocity is a praxis with a double or multiple epicenter. It can be either positive or negative. It is clear that its algebraic sign is determined by previous circumstances and by the material conditions which determine the practical field. Sartre describes reciprocity as a form of interaction that can originate from multiple centers and manifest either positively or negatively. The nature of this reciprocity is influenced by past events and the material conditions of the environment in which it occurs. This suggests that human relationships are complex and shaped by historical and social factors that dictate whether interactions will result in harmony or conflict. Quote 396. Scarcity as a mortal danger produces everyone in a multiplicity as a mortal danger for the other. The contingency of scarcity is re-interiorized in the contingency of human reality. Sartre emphasizes that scarcity poses an existential threat to individuals, leading them to view each other as competitors. This scarcity becomes internalized within human existence, creating a reality where individuals see one another as threats to their survival. This dynamic transforms human relations, turning people into both human and inhuman entities in each other's eyes. Quote 397. The primary determination of morality is Manichaeism. The intelligible and threatening praxis of the other is what must be destroyed in him. Sartre explains that at the most basic level, morality is rooted in a dualistic conflict where the actions of the other are perceived as threats that must be eradicated. This view frames others as enemies whose freedom and intentions endanger one's existence, necessitating a struggle to eliminate this perceived danger. Quote 398. Violence is always both a reciprocal recognition of freedom and a negation, either reciprocal or univocal, of this freedom through the intermediary of the inertia of exteriority. Here, Sartre reveals that violence simultaneously acknowledges the freedom of others while attempting to negate that freedom. This struggle occurs through external means, where each party recognizes the other's liberty, yet seeks to limit or destroy it to assert their own dominance or survival. Quote 399. Oppression constitutes itself as a praxis, which is conscious of itself and of its object. Whether or not it passes over the fact in silence, it will define the multiplicity of dispensable workers, not despite their reality as free practical organisms, but because of it. Sartre argues that oppression is a deliberate and self-aware practice. It recognizes the freedom and individuality of those it oppresses, yet chooses to subjugate them precisely because of their ability to act freely. This conscious subjugation turns individuals into dispensable entities within the structure of exploitation. Quote 400. Freedom of labor, in contrast, is to be found after the contract, as its consequence, even in the human commodity, to precisely the extent that his own free effort can increase his output. Sartre points out that the freedom of the worker is not realized during the act of contracting work, but rather through the act of labor itself. The worker's effort can lead to increased productivity, giving them a limited form of agency within the system of exploitation. However, this freedom is conditioned by the worker's ability to align their efforts with the demands of production. Quote 401. The employer already regarded the worker as a rebel. That is to say, he was already aware of creating an intolerable situation by employing him. Sartre suggests that employers are conscious of the oppressive conditions they impose on workers, leading them to preemptively view the worker as a potential rebel. This awareness stems from the recognition that the labor system creates a state of conflict, setting the stage for resistance and opposition from those being exploited. Quote 402. The process is the lateral, material being which is produced in passivity from each individual praxis. Sartre describes how each individual's actions contribute passively to a larger, material process. This process emerges not from direct intention, but from the cumulative effect of countless personal activities. It reveals how individuals, even when acting with purpose, end up contributing to a broader system that often operates independently of their specific goals. Quote 403. To reduce costs is to cut the number of one's workers. In other words, it is directly with future unemployment that he purchases his machines. Sartre emphasizes that cost-cutting measures in capitalism often directly translate into job losses. When an employer invests in machinery to boost productivity, they do so at the expense of future employment. This act of replacing human labor with machines is not an indifferent decision, but a calculated move that inherently includes the creation of unemployment. Quote 404. Violence was constitutive of his act insofar as it was not only its means, but also its partial objective result, and one of its immediate ends, the distress of those who were dismissed directly intimidating those who remained. Sartre explains that within capitalist practices, violence is both a tool and an outcome. When workers are laid off, the resulting distress is not an unintended consequence, but part of the intended effect. It serves to intimidate the remaining workers, maintaining control and compliance through fear and uncertainty. Quote 405. Serial flight, seen as necessity, becomes the ruthless play of economic laws. This ruthlessness is mentioned by all sorts of writers and in all sorts of statements in the 19th century. It is a fundamental structure of liberal ideology. Sartre points out that what is often regarded as the inevitable consequence of economic laws is, in reality, a constructed ideology. The supposed ruthlessness of economic systems is used to justify harsh practices, portraying them as natural or unavoidable. This perception reinforces the serial nature of capitalism, where individuals and groups are caught in a cycle that appears inescapable. Quote 406. The bourgeois humanism, as a serial ideology, is solidified ideological violence. As such, it is a stereotyped determination of everyone by the other. Sartre argues that bourgeois humanism is a form of ideological violence that defines people through stereotypes. This system perpetuates itself by imposing rigid labels and expectations on individuals, reducing them to mere components within the larger social structure. This solidified violence enforces conformity and maintains the status quo. Quote 407. The practices of a group can become determinations of the collective, in such a way that a reciprocity of perspectives is created between the common praxis and the recurrent process. Sartre explains that the actions of a group can shape the broader collective consciousness, leading to a reciprocal relationship between the group's intentions and the repeated processes within the collective. This reciprocity creates a dynamic where collective practices influence individual perspectives, which in turn reinforce the collective norms and actions. Quote 408. One characteristic which is common to exploitation and colonization, as superexploitation, is that the necessary limit of the rigorous repression of the dominated by the dominators lies in the latter's need for the former. Sartre points out that both exploitation and colonization rely on the existence of those they oppress. The dominators enforce strict control, but they are also bound by their dependence on the dominated. This interdependence sets a limit on the extent of their repression, since completely destroying the oppressed would also undermine the oppressor's own existence. Quote 409. The basic character of oppression, always more or less concealed, suddenly had to explode in all its violence and find expression in real extermination. Sartre reveals that oppression, although often hidden or downplayed, carries an inherent tendency towards violence. When circumstances force the underlying tensions to the surface, this oppression reveals its true nature through acts of brutal force or coercion, aiming to maintain dominance and suppress resistance. This violence is not an anomaly, but a structural feature of oppression, exposing the fragility of systems that rely on inequality and subjugation to uphold their authority. Quote 410. The worker is, of course, as Marx says, the secret of bourgeois society. But in France, in 1848, the bourgeois first constituted himself as the secret of the worker. Sartre notes that while workers are central to the functioning of bourgeois society, during the revolutions in France, the bourgeoisie became an enigma to the working class. This shift created a complex dynamic where workers began to see the bourgeoisie as the mysterious force dictating their conditions, solidifying the sense of opposition between the two classes. Quote 411. Reflection never gives the reflected to the reflector except as the quasi-object which it is. Sartre explains that reflection creates a distance between the individual reflecting and the object being reflected upon. This distance means that when individuals look at their own actions or class identity, they perceive them not as direct realities but as quasi-objects, abstract representations shaped by social structures and historical forces. This creates a gap between self-awareness and the lived reality, complicating how individuals understand their place within the class system. Quote 412. Oppression constitutes itself as a praxis, which is conscious of itself and of its object. Sartre argues that oppression is not a blind force. It is a deliberate, self-aware practice that acknowledges both its intentions and its targets. Oppressors are aware of their actions and the consequences on those they dominate. This conscious enactment of oppression reveals its complexity, as it is maintained and justified through an understanding of its effects on the exploited. Quote 413. The bourgeoisie has become aware of itself as a class. This means that the class is just other being, and that the praxis of every other, through the limitations it assumes and claims to adopt, displays it and realizes it for him as the signification exigency of whatever he undertakes, and as a norm by which to judge what every other does. Sartre emphasizes that the bourgeois class, in recognizing itself as a distinct group, defines its existence through the practices and norms that its members adopt. These norms become the standards by which they judge each other, reinforcing a sense of identity that is distinct from other classes. This self-awareness solidifies their status, shaping how they act and how they perceive the actions of others. Quote 414. Bloodshed provokes hatred, and hatred reinforces hatred. Sartre points out the cyclical nature of violence in class struggle. Acts of violence generate resentment, which in turn breeds more animosity. This ongoing cycle of hatred becomes a driving force in the conflict between classes, perpetuating an environment of hostility and tension that deepens divisions within society. Quote 415. Respectability is anti-nature. The bourgeois becomes respectable by suppressing his needs. Sartre observes that bourgeois respectability requires individuals to deny their natural desires, presenting an image of self-control and discipline. This suppression of needs serves to distinguish the bourgeoisie from the working class, reinforcing their status and superiority. By exercising dominance over their own bodies, they justify their control over others, transforming personal restraint into a symbol of cultural and class distinction. Quote 416. How could there be limitation of exploitation without limitation of profits? Sartre raises a critical question about the nature of capitalist systems. He suggests that the effort to limit the exploitation of workers is inherently tied to the profits of those in power. The statement underscores the conflict between humanitarian concerns for workers and the economic interests of the capitalist class, illustrating the challenges in achieving social and economic reforms within this system. Quote 4-17. Malthusianism was an oppressive and radical response based on a rejection. French capitalists rejected the free development of the process in order to save their class. Sartre points out that Malthusianism, the practice of limiting population growth, was used by French capitalists as a deliberate strategy to preserve their social and economic status. By controlling population growth, they sought to maintain a surplus labor force and thus keep wages low, ensuring their class dominance. This approach was an intentional form of oppression aimed at protecting the interests of the bourgeoisie. Quote 418. Oppression, in its new form, is automatically defined for everyone as other, as alienating his own activity, in terms of new circumstances, and as a rigid exigency. Here, Sartre discusses how modern forms of oppression become internalized by individuals as an external force that alienates their own actions. This alienation shapes their perception of their place in society, creating a sense of inevitability and rigidity that further entrenches the oppressive structures. Individuals view these structures as outside themselves, reinforcing their powerlessness. Quote 419. The worker as an inert commodity, even before he began work, eliminated another human commodity. Sartre describes how, within the capitalist system, workers are reduced to mere commodities. Their very existence as laborers inherently threatens the livelihood of other workers by creating competition. This commodification of human beings leads to a situation where the presence of one worker directly impacts the employment opportunities for others, perpetuating a cycle of economic struggle and alienation. Quote 420. In this way, one can see that the unity of two struggling classes is a fact of antagonistic reciprocity, and that this contradictory unity of each in the other is occasioned by praxis and by praxis alone. Sartre suggests that the unity of opposing classes, such as the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, is rooted in their mutual antagonism. This unity is not a harmonious one, but rather a contradictory relationship formed through their actions and practices. It is the conflict between these classes that binds them together, making their existence and struggles interdependent. Quote 421. The class is connected to its transcendent unity through the mediation of the other class. It is united outside itself in the suffered freedom of the other. Sartre explains that a class gains its sense of unity through its relationship with the opposing class. This connection is mediated by the actions and struggles of the other class, highlighting how each class perceives its own identity through the lens of its adversary. The unity of a class, therefore, exists not solely within itself, but also through its confrontation with the external force of the opposing class. Quote 422. Oppression based on radicalization, as an assumption of scarcity by a still undeveloped capitalism, was to be the real force permitting a radicalization of the practices of workers' struggle. Sartre asserts that the radicalization of oppression within early capitalist societies driven by scarcity gave rise to the intensification of workers' struggles. As capitalism developed, the oppressive conditions it created pushed the working class to respond with increasingly radical actions. This relationship between the oppression by the ruling class and the resulting resistance from the workers forms a core dynamic of class struggle. Quote 423. It is through their new production of the universal as exigency that the oppressed class preys upon them and detaches them in the name of the incomplete humanism produced by the bourgeois class. Here, Sartre argues that the working class creates a new demand for universal human rights, challenging the bourgeoisie's incomplete version of humanism. By doing so, they force intellectuals and members of the bourgeois class to confront the contradictions within their own values. This new universalism becomes a weapon for the working class to expose and detach individuals from the bourgeois ideology. Quote 424. The only possible intelligibility of human relations is dialectical, and that this intelligibility, in a concrete history whose true foundation is scarcity, can be manifested only as an antagonistic reciprocity. Sartre argues that human relationships can only be understood through dialectical reasoning, particularly in a world defined by scarcity. This scarcity creates conditions for continuous conflict, wherein each class or group interacts with the other through mutual opposition. The notion of antagonistic reciprocity becomes the core framework for understanding historical developments and human interactions within society. Quote 425. Now, this class being, as practico-inert, belongs to the domain of the anti-dialectic. How are we to grasp the intelligibility of a praxis, which has been mortgaged by a passive constitution? Sartre points out that class identity often exists within a realm that resists dialectical change because it has become ingrained and static, practico-inert. This presents a challenge, understanding how dynamic human actions, praxis, can be influenced or hindered by an already passive and rigid class structure, thus complicating the possibility of social transformation. Quote 426. If praxis ceases to be aware of its end, its means, of the means and end of its adversary, and of the means of opposing the hostile praxis, it simply becomes blind and therefore ceases to be praxis. Sartre emphasizes the importance of self-awareness in human action, praxis. When a group's actions lose sight of their goals and the methods they use, as well as those of their opponents, they become directionless. In this state, praxis loses its intentionality and becomes merely reactive, thus losing its transformative potential. Quote 427. The enemy's comprehension of his enemy is also present in this fundamental comprehension. All traps and tricks presuppose such a comprehension in the other. Sartre suggests that in any conflict, understanding the opponent is crucial. Every tactic or strategy employed presupposes a deep comprehension of the adversary's intentions and potential actions. This mutual awareness creates a complex interplay of actions and counteractions, where both sides constantly adapt to the other's moves. Quote 428. Reciprocal action is characterized, in its basic antagonistic structure, by the fact that it encloses the agent as an object, and the other as a subject in the prospect of a reversal which has to be produced. Here, Sartre describes the nature of struggle as a situation where each party views the other as both a subject and an object, aiming to reverse roles. The struggle becomes a dynamic process in which each side seeks to impose its will, while simultaneously resisting subjugation, thus defining the ongoing tension between the two. Quote 429. Alienation, the condition in which free praxis is taken over and controlled by the other or by the practico-inert. Sartre defines alienation as a state where one's free, intentional actions, praxis, become dominated by external forces or by the inert, material structures of society. This concept highlights the way in which individuals can lose control over their actions and become subjected to systems or objects that dictate their behavior, leading to a loss of freedom and agency. Quote 430. Alterity, a relation of separation, opposed to reciprocity. Sartre describes alterity as a condition of separation between individuals or groups. Unlike reciprocity, which involves mutual interaction and influence, alterity emphasizes the differences and divides that keep entities distinct from one another. This concept is crucial in understanding the dynamics of opposition and conflict within social and class relations. Quote 431. Class, the developing totalization of three kinds of ensemble: institutionalized groups, pledged groups, and series. Sartre explains class as a unifying process that encompasses different types of social groupings, including established institutions, committed groups formed through shared pledges, and serial collectives characterized by passive repetition. This definition suggests that class is a complex, evolving entity shaped by various forms of social organization and interactions. Quote 432. Destiny, a future inscribed in the practico-inert. Sartre defines destiny as a predetermined path set by the material conditions practico-inert in which individuals or groups find themselves. This notion implies that one's future can be shaped and limited by the existing structures and objects in the environment, reinforcing the constraints imposed by historical and social circumstances. Quote 433. Institution, a group which develops from a pledged group through the ossification of its structures and the emergence of sovereignty and seriality within it. Sartre views institutions as entities that evolve from initial commitments, pledges, into rigid structures. Over time, these groups become fixed and controlled by sovereign authority, adopting repetitive patterns, seriality, that define their functions. This transformation illustrates how dynamic collectives can become formalized and stratified, losing their initial fluidity and freedom. Critique of Dialectical Reason, Volume 1, by Jean-Paul Sartre, provides a profound examination of the tension between individual agency and social determinism, highlighting how human freedom exists within the confines of material conditions and collective structures. Sartre's exploration of concepts like practico-inert and group dynamics reveals the complexities of social life, where individual praxis contributes to historical development but is also constrained by pre-existing social realities. Ultimately, Sartre challenges the reader to understand freedom not as an abstract ideal, but as something continually fought for in the face of structural limitations, emphasizing the dynamic and dialectical nature of human existence within society.
Curious to dive into the mind of Jean-Paul Sartre? With Study Lab Pro's book, GPT, it's possible. Ask questions, explore themes, and discover the depths of Critique of Dialectical Reason, Volume 1, in an entirely new way. Start your conversation now by clicking on our logo. And if you're hungry for more educational content, subscribe to our channel to keep discovering, learning, and growing. Want more than just videos? Click on our logo now to join us on our platform for multiple choice tests, in-depth content, and tools to help you ace your studies. Get started now.